Good morning, everyone. I would like to call this meeting of Finance Committee to order. I would call on the Honorable Leader of the Opposition to open us in prayer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let us pray. Our Heavenly Father, we ask that you guide us through these deliberations of the Finance Committee, and that we do it in a way that would be befitting to you, Heavenly Father. Heavenly Father, we also ask that you bless all of us here today, that we bless the citizens of these 3 Cayman Islands, Heavenly Father, and we also ask your mercies on those who in the region have suffered recently with the hurricanes and other disasters around the world. We ask, Heavenly Father, that you bless them, that you provide them with the hope and the support that they need to get through such difficult times. And in saying that, Heavenly Father, we once again thank you for your mercies on the Cayman Islands. And we ask that you be with us today and always as we do things in your name, Jesus Christ. Thank you. Amen.
Amen. Please be seated. Members, I want to thank everyone for their participation yesterday. And as was indicated, and I think at this stage, all members should be in possession of the tentative schedule of the calling of witnesses to the committee. And of course, we will do our endeavor best to ensure that we abide by that schedule so that all members can prepare appropriately for which ministers they will have to question. And today we open the proceedings with appropriations that are allocated to me in my role as minister responsible for education and training. And so I would open the floor to questions on EGA 1. Member for Honorable Deputy Leader of the Opposition and Member for Georgetown Central, Mr. Kenneth Bryan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, the awesome, amazing civil servants who are here to support us today. Thank you. It's wonderful to see you. I want to start off the questions today in respect to preschool education cost. Mr. Minister, you have done a significant analysis of the importance of having children get that early educational input so that when they get to the primary school level, they have the basic stuff so it doesn't become so difficult for the primary school system to get them rolling into their primary curriculum. I think I recall you saying on the radio or at a function, they're supposed to know the ABCs and 1, 2, 3s and the basic stuff before they get to primary school, and you were so right. But we've had a recent report talking about the cost of early preschool education. From a policy perspective, what is the government's position to help in the high cost of living on this area of preschool cost? And secondly, based on your assessment thus far, is there enough schools offering that service for early education care before primary school in the country?
Thank you very much for the question. The studies have shown, and I would presume that there wouldn't be any debate, certainly in this country by this time, and certainly not in this committee, that 90% of brain development in the average human being happens between 0 and 5. And so, yes, the number one priority of the government is going to be early childhood care and education to ensure we establish the best and surest foundations for all of our learners. I am comfortable that by doubling the allocations as outlined in TP 27, preschool educational assistance, which was $900,000 last year, and we're allocating $2.1 million. A, we're increasing the funding. B, we'll be looking at the bands. And C, we're going to be introducing a hardship allowance analysis. We're also going to be looking at what a household's disposable income is versus just looking at bands. The danger with just having income bands is you don't take account of things like renting versus having a mortgage, whether it's a single-parent household, etc. And so we believe with all of those interventions, we will be able to assist parents more meaningfully and certainly reach those who are true hardship cases that might have fell through the proverbial cracks in the old system. As it relates to number of centers, there are a number of catchment areas that are underserved, in particular Bordentown East and a part of Bordentown West, hence the reason we're looking at what we will do at the Theoline McCoy Primary School as it relates to preschool provision. But let me say that given the importance of the area, from my perspective, the next round of spending is going to be around meaningful support for centers. Right now, we do have a number of positive interventions with training and the like of staff at centers. However, there's more work to be done, and that is something that we're going to be looking at and coming back to the country with what will be a proposed new model that could include government primary schools adding additional school buildings to be able to offer provision for pre-reception. You would not have been elected, but in my last tour of duty, one of the things that I ensured was not just getting rid of modular classrooms, but at primary school sites, but ensuring that we net built additional classroom spaces to offer reception that wasn't being offered at a number of primary schools at the time. So I believe that this next round has to be about government looking holistically at what is going to be the most impactful model for our children. At every step of the way, I can assure the committee that the decisions taken is going to be about the impact to our children and their life chances. This is not about whether a constituent owns a preschool or not. This is about what will have the most meaningful impact on the life chances of our people. And that is at the core of all policy decisions that we make, and certainly will remain at the core for decisions in early childhood care and education.
Thank you so much, Minister. Quite fluent answer in respect to that, and I appreciate it. And just for way of context, the NAU does have a structure upon which they use financial support for those who may need it. So the process of assessment that you were speaking of, maybe working closely with them, because I know that their budget, and we will deal with that when we get to the Honourable Minister for that area, still is, in my humble opinion, for support of preschool care isn't sufficient, because their bands are way too low, particularly with this new report of the average cost for early education being well over $1,100. So we'll talk about that later, but I want to go now to the Meals on Wheels, not Meals on Wheels, what am I saying? Public school meals. My apologies. I see that it has been reduced by $2.1 million for each year with a total of $4.2 million reduction. It's still $9 million there per year, so I don't want to leave a context that the government is, cutting the program whatsoever, but is there any indication we can take from that reduction, whether it's cost savings or being more careful with the spending or changing of habits that will be less costly? Can you tell us the practicality of the cost reduction? Because I know the school population hasn't reduced, so there has to be a reason for that reduction.
So the reason for the reduction is twofold. Firstly, we have gotten significant complaints from parents and teachers, and we have gotten enough evidence that there is significant waste. That is, children simply not eating what we're paying for. And I think all of us as members, I'm sure, will have received similar complaints. We also are looking very carefully and closely at the absolute provision and ensure that, again, we are being impactful. And so we're looking at the provisioning across breakfast, break, and lunch, and we're also looking at sugary drinks and the cost of sugary drinks financially, but more importantly, the cost of sugary drinks health-wise and what they do to a young body in regards to their capacity to concentrate and learn. I think all of us will at least know someone that when you intake high amounts of sugar, it absolutely impacts your concentration levels. I, for one, on a personal level, know that I have to avoid them because they absolutely positively make me drowsy. And if it does it to an adult, imagine what it can do to children. And so, having looked at the data, that is how we're convinced we're going to be able to effect cost savings, but not impact what the outcome should be, which is ensuring no child learning is impacted by going hungry.
Thank you, Minister. I want to quickly turn to the extended after-school program, which wasn't a budget there before, but there's now a budget of $1.1 million for year 2026 and 1.5 for both years. Because it wasn't there before, can you just give us a little preview of what it's about? And I'm really happy about after-school programs because they're essential. And I want to, once you finish your answer, potentially tie it to come back around the youth center at the Central Scranton Park, upon which the vision for the park was created. So I'm interested to hear about this because I would like to see the government now use that park, which we spoke about yesterday with the Honourable Minister, and so thankful for his hard work. But as the park is nearing its opening, I would like to see if there could be collaborations with programs to utilize the park. The park wasn't just supposed to be a pretty park. I want to see functioning programs there for kids. So I'm really keen on this extended after-school programs upon which that youth center was really focused on.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The $1.5 million is not net new money and is not new spending. This is now tidying up the budget document system. This would be known to members as the program that YMCA has ran for a number of years as an output supplier. So it's a continuation of the program. However, one of the things that we are doing is, and you're going to hear this as a theme, you would have heard it as a theme during my debate on the budget, everything we do must be having the most significant positive impact. Governments worldwide is very busy spending and lots of hard-working, great civil servants working awfully hard. What is the impact that you're having? And so we are looking at this program to see how impactful it is and whether or not there needs to be any tweaks or any changes. But that is something that we haven't gotten to as yet. As we know, we're only 6 months in. Rome wasn't built in a day, but this is the extended after-school program that is currently run by the YMCA.
Thank you, sir. I'm going to be mindful of my colleagues. I have about 4 more questions, but I want to give somebody else an opportunity, and then you can come out to me later, sir. Thanks.
Mr. Tatum, member for Red Bay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning to all. Good morning to the education staff. Mr. Chairman, if you humor me for a second, the last Parliament, I mentioned, I thanked on the floor a gentleman. Now that he's here, I haven't seen him since. Just like to say to him that Mr. Mark Ray, telephone call to him a few months ago, helped grease the wheels of our system so that there was a family with a child who had some mental issues who needed help. I want to thank him and everybody who helped him grease those wheels, because that young lady received the help she needed. So I just want to say thanks now that I'm seeing him here. Mr. Chairman, just following up on ECAP, you know that we share an appreciation for how important early childhood education is. And as you've indicated, the program is being expanded. I take my hat off to you, sir. Has that work actually started, that review of the ECAP program? And if so, how, or if it hasn't, when do you think it might start? And when might the new program be in place?
Yes, the work has started, and certainly I would hope that by no later than January, we will have had enough consultation and thought within the ministry to have created what the new system will look like.
Excellent, sir. Thank you. That was the answer I was hoping to hear. We also discussed waiting lists, and as you indicated earlier, there are a number of areas. Georgetown has probably the best number of early childhood centers across Grand Cayman. As you indicated, Bordentown, there are concerns there, as I believe in West Bay. But in terms of the waiting list, you'd indicated that there was a new report coming out at the end of October that would have had the updated waiting list numbers. Is that available, or do you have any idea what those numbers are?
Mr. Tatum, just give me
That's fine, sir.
a second.
Thank you.
We don't have the updated information to hand, but we certainly can commit to providing you that in writing, Mr. Tatum.
I appreciate that. Thank you. I look forward to receiving that. Just turning my attention now to SciFec. I mentioned during my SPS debate that I became aware of a concern with regards to, since the transition, since the move to the new location, that the ability to service those students with technical and vocational needs had been lessened. They've lost access to equipment, the auto mechanic equipment, maybe also, I think, the training in the, well, I can't remember specifically, but can you update me, can someone update me as to exactly what's the plan for SciFec in terms of ensuring that they have the equipment that they need to cater to the children coming there in need of technical and vocational studies?
Mr. Tatum, in regards to that specific provisioning, no, that has not been replaced. However, we are very mindful that there are other opportunities that young people have. In particular, looking across the system and looking at other post-compulsory opportunities such as the Superior Auto Training Program. The other thing that we have started a piece of work on is again looking at impact by tracing our students and seeing who is taking up opportunities and where. It's all good and fine for us as adults to have what I like to term feel-good exercises by saying we're offering X, Y, and Z when young people are telling us something very, very different because they're not following that path. And so I want to provide pathways that is collaborative with young people, their families, and the economy to ensure that what we're offering is actually having an impact in the economy. No one has yet been able to produce credible evidence to me that we have been able to convince young Caymanians to enter this field. And so why are we doing it? And why are we doing it at various schools? So we have to complete the work and be able to look at how we restructure SIFEC. I, of course, campaigned on the fact that I want to push to get our children in compulsory education until 18. That piece of work obviously will take some time, and that's something that I'm looking forward to in the next budget cycle. But incorporated in all of that is going to be looking at all of our provisioning and try to make sure that we're having the most impactful provisioning for our economy and for our children. Because school and opportunities, we're not housing young people. We're trying to create the most productive, competent adults who can take up their place in Caymanian society and have a meaningful life. If we don't listen to them and their families and pay close attention to what's happening in the economy, we will continue to have these misalignments that we have historically had in Cayman. And so all other provisioning is there, and certainly I feel very comfortable that young people have adequate provisioning at SIFEC.
You're preaching to the converted in terms of making sure that young people are going in the direction that they need to be going in. But is there as yet, and you mentioned a review of SIFEC, what in your head, if you have any ideas, what the direction you think SIFEC should be going in?
So SIFEC needs to expand, firstly, its range of reset options. Right now, history has proven that the addition of SIFEC has had a net positive impact on our young people. So the value-added SIFEC between what numbers of young people, for example, pass math and get a level 2 pass at year 11 versus year 12, there's a positive upward uptick. That in and of itself, in my opinion, has justified my decision to create SIFEC. We now need to build that out so there's more opportunities for resets, because we need to be working much more strategically with school leaders, heads of years, and families for young people who are right at the cusp of that 5 level 2 passes, including math and English, and working diligently to get them over the finish line. We also need to enhance opportunities for all of our young people. So for those who work experience is going to be much more impactful, and a much more traditional TVET-looking pathway is going to be more impactful, having a broader range of options for them that, again, is more strategic, tied to our economy, and tied, most importantly, to qualifications that our industries sign off on. We cannot have misalignment between what we're doing at SIFEC what's happening in further education post-SciFec, but then ultimately what our economy needs. So to my mind, it's looking broadly at a wider range of research options, being more strategic along the TVET options, bringing that together to really create much tighter pathways for young people. Everything we do has got to be about improving the life chances of every Caymanian child who goes through our system.
I thank you for that. So it sounds to me like, are you planning a review of just SciFec or the entire year 12?
The entire year 12 program, but a real focus on SciFec, yes.
You mentioned work experience. One of the things that I've come to, I understand, is that there's a challenge in terms of placing youngsters from SciFec, including within the government system at times. So I won't ask you to respond to that, but only to suggest that's something that needs looking at, especially places within the government system. I will leave it at that, sir.
But don't leave me at that.
All right.
So what I will say to that is we're going to be working very closely with the Ministry of Caymanian Employment, leaders in the civil service, and industry generally, to ensure that working in tandem with a revamped immigration system is what our compulsory and post-compulsory offerings, especially in the TVET areas, actually mean to Caymanians. The pathways must be much clearer defined, and they must be tighter, and they must be feeding our economy. We know we have deficits in HVAC technicians, for example, just as an example. That is what we should be sitting here debating, is how are we going to get the most impactful provisioning that actually feed the economy the skill sets that the economy tells us that it needs. Because this has to be about Caymanians having them aligned for success in the workforce. The last piece of it that I want to add is this will work in tandem with the review of what's happening at UCCI. Because there must be a continuum once you leave SciFec, is what is happening in the economy generally, education sector that is. UCCI must support what's happening at SciFec, and then other private institutions who are providing high quality programming, ensuring that those offerings are also aligned so that there's that continuum, but then there's also the ability for adult Caymanians to be able to upskill themselves.
I thank you for that, sir. You mentioned private institutions, and you mentioned other organizations offering technical and vocational training. One was the automobile program you mentioned. What other organizations out there, private sector organizations, are we looking at working with? So we're looking at, there's been a range of organizations that have emerged in the marketplace over the last few years. And so right now, the registered post-compulsory institutions are Brainchild Learning and Development, Cayman Career Academy, Cayman Islands Financial Services Institute, the Drift Enterprise Training, Health City Cayman Islands, Inspire Cayman Training, Minerva Holdings, and the Public Works Apprenticeship Training Program. Now let me be clear on that. Myself and the minister responsible have also agreed that including in the review of SciFec and all of our training opportunities will be a review of the Public Works Apprenticeship Training Program to ensure everything is aligned and strategic. We can't have differing areas of government not aligned with what's happening at the Ministry of Education. The Ministry of Education's training will be the ministry that has to be included, and we work in tandem and ensure that everything that we're doing and every bit of money we're spending, this is public money, it has to be about impact and the outcomes. Thanks, sir. I have other questions, but I will let others Let's proceed. I'll come back later. Thank you.
Member from Bordentown West.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. One of the things I've been curious about, and again, this is just general, is that when you look at jobs that would be replaced by AI, teaching jobs are one of them are considered lower risk, along with other healthcare professionals, social workers, and so forth. I noticed in the last HR report that was published by government, by POX to be exact, that within the Department of Education, 46% of the staff were Caymanian, and I know it's also UCCI, only 44% of the staff were Caymanian. Recognizing that these are some of the lower risk jobs to be replaced by AI, in other words, professionals with job security, are there any initiatives that your ministry is looking to undertake to encourage more Caymanians to be involved within education, so at least we can get it more, I guess, we're Caymanized?
Certainly, and members, I hope, would have seen the initiatives that we rolled out recently, which is going to be something that continues. So we are going to continue to drive of trying to inspire more Caymanians into the sector. And the sector, as you quite rightly said, is not just about teaching. There are lots of wonderful opportunities that are allied to schools, school counselors, education psychologists, special education needs coordinators. There are many wonderful opportunities that we're going to continue to push Caymanians toward. We also want to ensure that as we do that, we continue to recognize the importance which has been demarcated in the scholarship program, and that is anyone who takes up a scholarship in education is granted up to $5,000 more. Money doesn't mean that it's the only thing, but if government is going to say something is more important, obviously a key signal is saying that we're going to fund it just a bit more than we fund other areas. Now, we are going to be undertaking a wider review of the scholarship program to make that more strategic and focused on what our economy needs. We cannot continue to have this misalignment between majors that our young people are taking up versus what the economy needs. It's down to us. We're the professionals. We have the data. And that is going to be a committee that is going to involve the private sector, because the private sector is where the vast majority of jobs are, and we have to be feeding the private sector with the skills that the private sector needs. Premier.
Morning, and thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to come in briefly on 2 points. To go back to a comment or an answer that you gave in reply to the member for Red Bay. And you mentioned one of the programs we're supporting is the Financial, I think, Institute. Only to make a point here in public that that program is put together by a well-known Caymanian. And the reason he came back to government is that it doesn't cost very much money to get Caymanians qualified in financial services. He was unable to obtain uptake from the private sector. I said this at the Chamber Parliamentary Luncheon. That is unacceptable. So yes, government is going to fund it this time to motivate private sector take-up, but there is no reason why some of these firms could not have sponsored young Caymanians to get in the industry and support that program. So just a comment. And then in relation to AI, the new task force that we have put together under the leadership of Minister Isaac Rankin is including a youth component, because we know that students, and we already have them, Caymanians who have masters in AI, how do they come back home and utilize that skill set? And how do we encourage more Caymanians, because that's the jobs of the future?
Absolutely. Thank you. Thank you.
And last comment for now, Mr. Chairman, I want to thank both yourself and the Premier for that response. And I remember a separate private conversation that you and I had, Mr. Chairman, that you had indicated in terms of aligning the scholarship program to what the country actually needs. I'm very encouraged to hear that, because I'm an example of that, where I hate accounting, but back then the economy required accounting, so I had to go into accounting even though I hated it. You know what I mean? But and I'm glad I did, by the way, it's no regrets. But it is something, and the reason why I'm raising this is because when you look at jobs that really pays well, like the electrician, the plumbers, and so forth, jobs that our people don't gravitate to, I think we need to start pushing some programs to let people know exactly how well these jobs also pay. Because when the Chamber of Commerce used to do their salary survey, people would be surprised to see how much electricians and plumbers are getting paid. And if our young people knew that, I think a lot more Caymanians would have gone into electrician and plumbers because they were paying a lot more than these other jobs that they thought was more prestigious. So I'm glad to see that you are focused in terms of aligning the needs of what the economy needs versus to what somebody got up and feel like they need to do. So I'm encouraged by that, and I want to thank you and the Premier and Minister Isaac Rangi for what it is that you guys are working on. Thanks.
Absolutely. So members, I take it that everyone is going to, as we did yesterday, exhaust their questions so that we then take everything in a block vote, because obviously the questioning has been around a range of the outputs that are being output to me. Ms. Hunter.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good morning to all, especially, I want to say a special good morning to all the staff from the ministry and all the education services. Mr. Chairman, just for a little further clarity, I know we spoke on the free school meals previously with Mr. Kenneth, but I had just a little bit more clarity. I know that we've been working on the program, but we both fielded concerns in this regard to do with the quality of the food, not so much the funding, but the quality of the food. And I know that that's an issue that we've been addressing in-house between us as a ministry. And I just wondered if you could just clarify for the listening public how you are going to address the quality of the food that has been served.
Thank you very much, and you're right. Yes, that is something that we've looked at carefully, and it's really been led by parents, really, and people sending you pictures and videos and the like. And it really is going to come back down to, as we look at the entire program, again, it's about the children, and it's about ensuring that dietary needs are being met, we're being as healthy as possible, and we then use the survey tools, etc., to ensure that what we're actually serving is not only meeting their needs, but also something that works for them. So yes, it is about that collaboration and ensuring that everything we're doing, we're putting the students at the center.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Mr. Bryan.
I want to give way to my leader. He was indicating questions earlier, but
Honorable Leader of the Opposition.
Don't forget me, Mr. Chair.
Oh, sorry. Apologies.
Mr. Chairman, but first, you did answer the question. We're going all over the line items here and not sticking by the category. But I wanted to change the attention a little bit and ask about EGA 9. I think that covers the Sunrise Adult Training Center. And Mr. Chairman, I just want to ask, it's normally in Finance Committee when the chairman's subjects are up, historically we've had the chief officer sit in the chair and answer majority of the questions so that you, Mr. Chairman, can focus on chairing the meeting. It has just been the precedence. I don't know if there's any standing orders that covers that, but it's just something that came to my mind that I thought I'd share with you, that traditionally that is the way that it has been approached in the past.
Precedence, there's nothing that governs that.
Okay, just thought.
Mr. Chairman, with your kind permission, may I just follow on to what
Leader member from Cayman Brac East.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. But just purely from the perspective of good governance and additions to precedents that have been set, the chair is expected to be neutral, as you have been, but when it comes to the substantial thing, usually it's the chief officer and other auxiliary staff that is put there, and the chairman obviously has the right to augment or enhance anything that they feel that is left unattended to at the time, but to be the substantive responder with the questions, whether it's education or finance or what have you, leaves a slightly dim view on being the objective of the chair, which you have been doing. And I'm sure it's your intention to do is just for a matter of good governance. It has not, I know it's certainly for the almost 30 years I've been here, whoever's been in the chair, they will call their chief officer or the staff to be there. And if there was something that the chief officer did not know, which was very rare, but from a political perspective, you didn't want the chief officer to get, then the chair would have a say. But it's very difficult to chair in a substantive subject and be neutral to all members of the parliament, government and opposition alike. As we have seen yesterday, it's not always tranquil. Sometimes it gets quite turbulent. Thank you for your listening, sir.
Thank you very much. And I was here 25 years ago when you were here as well, and I clearly remember Mr. Bush when we made the switch to a Minister of Finance answering his own questions. So I can't agree that that has always been the case. I can't say what's happened in the last 12 years. What I can say is I take the view that the appropriation bill clearly says appropriations to the Minister of Education and Training, and that the Minister of Training and Education should answer his questions and not a public servant. I don't believe public servants should be put at the political risk of answering questions from politicians. So if that's been the practice, fine. I am going to maintain my objectivity and do my job as minister, and that's the way it certainly is going to happen in the next 4 years.
Mr. Chairman, may I ask a question, please, and just to make everything clear. The Constitution is clear that policy is the remit of cabinet and cabinet ministers. If a question relates to policy, then it has to be answered by a member of the cabinet. It can't be answered by a civil servant or a public servant. Policy is the constitutional remit. So in that case, if a question is policy related, it must be answered by a member of the cabinet, or in essence, a politician. So if it's policy related, as you have rightfully said, is either yourself or ultimately the premier, who is the minister for everything, to answer the question, but it has to be a member. You can't put, as you said, you can't be putting public servants in the firing line to answer policy questions. And a lot of the questions that we have are policy related, at least for now. No, I can understand when we get into the technical part of like lunch programs and so forth, a civil servant can answer those questions, like the number of kids and so forth. But in terms of general policy and strategic direction, it has to be done by the elected arm.
Member from, sorry, Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
No, and I just want to make it clear, Mr. Chairman, I don't want to protract the conversation. I just brought it to the attention because questions were being asked. So you've explained yourself, and that is your prerogative, so I just wanted to raise it. As you said, nope. You have not been here the last 12 years. I just identified what has transpired since I've been here, 12 and a half years.
Certainly. Member from Borden Down East, Mr. Dwayne Seymour.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Back to previous discussion in terms of TVET and providers, etc. You mentioned, I think, slightly superior auto. Is superior auto required to be registered under the Education Act? And if they haven't, why haven't they been registered?
Thank you, member. That is actually a good question, and it's one that I asked upon returning to the ministry. And no, it's not at present registered However, it is funded to a significant sum of money for the provision of programming. It is one area that I'll be looking into as soon as we've completed these proceedings, because we cannot have a country where any provisioning, especially funded provision by government, does not fall within that narrow band. That is, the institution has to be registered. And so that is something that I'm going to be looking into. I don't know the historic reason as to why that hadn't happened up to this point, but certainly going forward, it has to get regularized.
Mr. Chair, thank you for the answer, but I want to say I'm very disappointed that it hasn't been regularized, because I remember going to a graduation at Superior Auto many, many years ago, and I've seen some fine young persons graduated from that program, some who are business owners now in that field, in the said field. So I thank you for that question, for that answer. But in regards to something that the Premier mentioned earlier in terms of AI protection, and I wanted to mention some food for thought in terms of Denmark is proposing a groundbreaking new law to protect people from the misuse of AI, and specifically deepfakes. This legislation would give every individual legal control over their own face, voice, and body when used by artificial intelligence. It would give you full ownership of your own digital identity, ensuring that your likeness cannot be used without your explicit concern. And the list goes on, but I just also wanted to mention that Amazon, Target, Google, up to 30,000 jobs are being lost to AI. And this is something recent. We need to ensure that, I know people don't like to hear the word protect, but I think you know where I'm going. But I wanted to mention that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Member. Certainly, that is an area that you're free to explore more when the Minister for Innovation is up for questioning. But I will add this. For all of us, think about how much of our household devices right now has a QR code somewhere on that. I don't know how many of you have actually done it. Go and scan it. Lots of interesting things come up, like all of the features and how you can fix it and how you can do different things. One of the things that we need to do in our provisioning across the system is getting our people ready and prepared for not just what's to come, but what's here today. Because right now, when someone's dishwasher goes out, it's a completely different conversation to be had, where before people would have to book an appointment, get out to you. The next wave of technicians are going to be the people who have a phone number and you simply call once you can't solve it yourself, and they walk you through. And so it's that sort of being very strategic and focused about where we are today, where technology is going, but making sure that our people are kept abreast of technology and trying to get us ahead of the curve. Mr. Leader of the Opposition, I think you actually had a substantive question that you missed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I was asking about EGA 9. And I know that you spoke to, in your debate, to the Sunrise Adult Training Center, and I just wanted to know on this, I think this is a new item. I couldn't find a corresponding one in the previous budget. But I thought I would ask, I know the current situation at Elizabethan Square isn't huh? isn't ideal, I guess is the best word to use there. And I understand that the clients have to go on every other day to be able to facilitate the to be able to be facilitated in that location. Could you provide some more details on what the plans are for that Sunrise Adult Training Center?
Thank you very much. I was looking forward to that question. So the initial step is working along with the leadership at Sunrise to demarcate a portion of what would be the current SIFEX site that is unused, to be able to retrofit that initially. Obviously, the long-term vision is a purpose-built facility. That has to be what we look at long-term for the country, because though the clients of Sunrise absolutely positively deserve to be in the most modern and appropriate purpose-built building to not only serve their needs but enhance their life chances. Just a few weeks ago, it gave me a lot of pride to go down in the first floor of the government admin building when Sunrise clients were there with their bake sale, which I'm sure all of you as members at some point will have experienced. And so it is about true inclusion right up through adult education for those with special needs as well. We can't just provision during compulsory and not continue that continuum of care and provision. And so that is phase one. So phase one will involve them being moved, because you're quite right, it is an office building, and certainly not the ideal setting, although I think most would agree we've been building toward better provisioning infrastructure-wise. But certainly the work now has to start of looking at where a location would be and what a facility would look like, because that work just has to start. And so this is an interim measure funded by this budget. We believe that will give a much better opportunity for not having to basically have provision of care in shifts, as I would call it, and I'm sure the staff would call it, but being able to provide that much more service throughout. The other thing is going to be working closely with the ministry responsible for Caymanian employment, because for too long we continue to have clients of Sunrise not be supported with employment opportunities the way they need to. I don't call names often, but I think it would be remiss of me if I didn't say how much work the Hurley's Group has done in that space, Hurley's Supermarket, the cinema, KFC, A.L. Thompson's. I know Kirk Home Center had a young man there. And so we need more companies coming on board for those clients who can have a meaningful and productive life. And so we will be working closely with the ministry, because this is an important area to the government, an important area to the country. We have to give that voice to the voiceless. I think too many Caymanians take it for granted when you can just jump up and do whatever you want and, go in and be and move and have your being. What of those who need our assistance, and for companies to have the mechanisms internally to manage them? And the other thing that Sunrise does a very good job at is having that contact at the center for everyone who's on work placement. And I've seen this work personally and up close, and it works, because anyone who's employed and sent out is still supported by their job placement officer. And so it's not like the company has to go it alone and not be supported in supporting that client as one of their employees.
Thank you for that, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, on the physical plant, on the staffing, I would expect, I'm no expert in the area, I would expect that there is specialized training at certain levels required, and staffing, and in like other areas, ratios have to be there. Can you say, or can you say whether or not the adequate levels of staffing and training are at the center at the moment?
Thank you very much, member. At present, there are, I think it's around 5 or 6 vacancies, and our HR team is working assiduously to get those posts filled, and filled preferably, obviously, with Caymanians. But again, we support the center. I can remember just a few months ago seeing a request come in for payment for training, for example, and going on conferences and courses, and in talking to the director, it is obvious that there's that passion there that is required, and we want to ensure that we build on that. And we can only build on that by supporting the staff, because this is a very specialized area, as you have identified, of provision of care.
Thank you. I had 2 questions, and I'll combine them in one, Mr. Chairman. The shortage, the 5 vacancies.
It's actually 3, sorry.
Sorry, 3 vacancies, okay.
Yes.
Is that having any impact on the ratios with the clients, and in particular during transportation and that sort of stuff? And I'll add this in so that they can provide you with the answer at the same time. Is there adequate transportation for the clients?
So two things are of note. Obviously, when you have a staff complement that is this small to begin with, getting full strength of complement is critically important. So yes, the short answer is yes. Any vacancy is going to have an impact. What staff has been doing is ensuring that they're backfilling and supporting other staff members, and ensuring things like bus wardens, etc., is being carried out by other staff members where that might not be their normal duty. And as it relates to busing, yes, this has impacted that area, but just this week, a new Caymanian driver has just started, and so we will be working hard to get the staffing in place and ensure that we can provision best we can. But as I said, I want to work closely with the senior leadership team, between the minister and the center, get the project completed so that at least we can start getting more people there. And as we look at this of course would be one of those areas of critical need that we would ensure that whatever staffing is required, because health and safety and provision of care is an absolute non-negotiable around this staff and this center.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It seems as if it's imperative in that organization that there's cross-training, that persons holding one role there may be a necessity for them to have at least basic training in the other roles. If there's no other questions on the Sunrise Adult Center on that line item, I can move on to another question.
Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair,
Member for Borden Down East.
I think you mentioned something about transport, and I wanted to go into that area. Can the minister provide a list of all of the approved bus contractors, and also can the minister also confirm when these services were last procured and whether current contracts are in place with all providers?
Certainly. And remember, you want this for all contractors across the entire compulsory sector, you're not just talking, because Sunrise is internal, but you're talking now about compulsory education.
Yes.
The approved contractors are Barnes Bus Transport, District of Georgetown, serving John Gray High School, Cayman Islands Further Education Center, Red Bay Primary School, Marie Martin Primary School, Smith's Transport, serving the District of West Bay, Sir John A. Cumber Primary School, SIFAC and John Gray, Jernat Heavy Equipment and Transportation, serving the District of Bordentown/Savannah, serving principally SIFAC, the Theoline McCoy Primary School, the Joanna Clark Primary School, Clifton Hunter High School, Lighthouse School, Whitaker's Transport, serving Northward and Savannah areas, and Union Heavy Equipment and Transportation, serving East End and Northside District and the Breakers area.
And the follow-up was in terms of procurement.
All right. Thank you very much, member. The tenders for transportations were completed in December 2024 and contracts commenced on the 1st of January 2025 for a period of 3 years with an option for a further year. Two vendors did not submit bids, therefore the following routes were not awarded. Existing contractors' contracts were extended to maintain service coverage. The routes that were extended are as follows: SIFAC from West Bay, Sir John A. Cumber Primary School from West Bay, Red Bay Primary School, John Gray High School from West Bay and Georgetown, and Marie Martin Primary School. The new tender process has been completed and will be reviewed by the Public Procurement Committee, or PPC, for a meeting that was scheduled to be held yesterday, actually, which will address only the outstanding routes. Once approved by the PPC, the new contracts will be awarded with an effective start date of the 1st of December 2025.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, well, Minister, in terms of the bus wardens, I know that the Premier has been very active over the years in trying to give them support during summer and winters on the school breaks. Has the former construct of their salaries or how they're managed during the summer months, has there been any fix for that?
Thank you very much. That is a very good question, and it certainly is something that I'm going to take away, and I will report back in writing what pertains. I think what is critically important is just to give a little context that historically this used to be a part-time job, and so persons who had full-time jobs used this to supplement their income. And so you worked at a store and you would get your employer to give you specific times off, and you would go and either drive a bus or be a bus warden. And so this has developed into quite an issue from what I can understand over the last few years. And so my thought process is I have to look very closely at the contracts, what's in the contracts, and ensure that the private providers are delivering what they should be delivering under those employment contracts, because it is in a lot of instances, it's a private employee contract with the actual bus operators. But it is an area that I've not been able to delve into as yet, but I can give the commitment that this will be looked at. Mrs. Borden, member for Savannah.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Appreciate the opportunity. Can we circle back a bit to the Sunrise Adult Training Center in regards to, as you're aware, you and I have agreed that I will support the SATC through the development of multidisciplinary teams in my role as Parliamentary Secretary. During our cabinet discussions, we've also reviewed and reviewed the proposed relocation of the Sunrise Adult Training Center. Just for the benefit of this honorable House and the listening public, would you be able to provide the public with a clearer understanding and please explain what the project will entail?
Certainly. As I've outlined in I guess a broader sense, what we're looking to do, which is to ensure that, as the honorable leader of the opposition outlined in his initial line of questioning, which was looking at the fact that at present the center is housed in an office complex in the center of Georgetown, and looking at whether or not we could improve service provision by having an interim location and an interim step before we get to the final Sunrise Adult Training Center, which would be a purpose-built building. You are quite right that we have had a lot of discussions internally. I have made it very clear to members of the government and caucus that this is an area that we have to be able to provision more comprehensively to. And so in moving to what would be the old George VI site, the concept is about, at this stage, a concept and feasibility to preliminarily have this initial move. However, we are going to provide and prepare rather a business case that will look more fully at the long term. But in the meantime, we have approved funding for sufficiently cover the design, refurbishment, and the full fit-out works, that including accessibility upgrades, interior reconfiguration, and building service improvements. This is critically important as we provision better for this population. And so that's what this budget does. It's the initial step, and certainly in future years we'll be looking then at going with a full-fledged outline business case for a new Sunrise Adult Training Center. Mr. Tatum, member for Red Bay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I'll start by saying that my heart is gladdened by what I'm hearing in terms of the improvements coming to Sunrise. Extremely important work, sir, so I thank you for that. Returning to the discussion earlier with regards to Superior Auto, you mentioned that there are substantial funds being allocated to that program. I wonder if you could, I'm guessing you don't have the numbers today, but could you provide us with a listing, please, of those various businesses that you mentioned and the amounts that is being funded to them by government? If you don't have that here, a list could be provided in writing to us maybe on Monday.
So let me be clear so that the committee is, so that we're all very clear. The centers that I listed aren't directly funded by government. They're approved centers, and persons then apply and get grants. But what I can do, and I think that's where you're heading, is I can give you a list of how much grant funding has been spent with each of those centers based on students' applications, which gets you the same number that you're talking about.
Thank you.
Sunrise Superior Auto is one of the few that actually has a direct funding mechanism itself. But for all the others, a person will come and apply for a grant, and that grant could be in X, and then they go to that institution under a grant from the ministry. Member for Red Bay, continuing.
Thank you, sir. Just a few more questions. Returning to my list of questions, in terms of teacher vacancies, could you advise us as to what the situation is today in terms of the numbers of teachers that we have and any vacancies? and particularly any vacancies around math specialists, because I know that's an area that's a concern.
Thank you very much for that answer, for that question. And so, at present, we have, as is always the case, there are a number of vacancies, and that would be due to a range of situations. You hire someone, you have a contract out, an offer out, and then someone does not take up the offer, and then you're having to re-recruit, or you have resignations, etc. The vacancies at present are spread across a number of our schools, and we have a total vacancy list of 56 across the ministry. As it relates to schools, that would be $43 in total across all of our schools. And as it relates to your second question, I think was around the math specialist. And so I'm happy to report that we'd had all those filled, but we had one recent resignation. And so we're actively recruiting for that one resignation to backfill that post, but we do have currently backup covering for the post while we recruit for the permanent staff member.
That's good news, Mr. Chairman. In terms of the vacancies, someone mentioned to me a few weeks back that they thought there was a problem retaining good teachers. I don't know if that's the case now, but I'll just is there a problem retaining teachers? If you understand the question I'm asking.
Mr. Chairman, I have not had any reports to me that says we have a problem retaining good teachers. I think like any system, and one that does require and depend on a significant number of persons coming in that are not Caymanian, there is always the issue around persons' desire to return home or go somewhere else. But I have not had any complaint to me that says, oh, we have a specific problem around retaining good teachers.
Okay, thank you for that. And in terms of seeking to get more Caymanians into the teaching realm, could you say what efforts are being done in that regard?
Well, as I said a bit earlier, I mean, not only are we rolling out specific, what I would like to call PR initiatives. I think you're speaking to a lot more of what we're going to be doing on the ground, and a lot of on the ground is around getting into schools, getting into homes, and trying to change hearts and minds. But let's be clear, as it relates to just about any profession, but especially teaching, we do want people who are born to be teachers, that have that innate drive to want to teach. Teaching isn't just any vocation. I can tell the world, and I've said this and I'll say it here, I could never have been a teacher. And I rarely use the word never. But you have to have a specific mental makeup. You don't just have to be someone who can go on to university and do well and graduate with a degree. You have to have that very, very special makeup. And so we need to bear in mind the size of our system, the number of students we actually have, the number of students that we graduate every year, and then there's just a law of averages of how many will wind up wanting to be, or not just wanting, but having that passion and drive to be, a teacher. But I can tell you that we are certainly going to continue to drive, and I'm not going to sit here and say that our Educate, Inspire, and Thrive teacher campaign is the first that's ever been done in Cayman. No, it's not, because we've been talking about this for a long time. But I can say this, that we are certainly going to continue and amp up the efforts to get more Caymanians in our schools. One other thing that I have been very clear with the team about is looking on and trying to ensure that we come up with pathways, whether it be reverting back in some instances to what used to exist decades ago, where if you were going to get an education scholarship to be a teacher, you had to be a teacher's aide or have some impact in the classroom to ensure that when you got back home, it is exactly what you thought it was, because that's then also going to have a hugely positive impact on retention. So we not only want to attract and get more Caymanians into classrooms, but ensure that we set them up for success, that they will have a long, glorious career in the profession. And so the work is going to be continuing, and we are committed to getting as many Caymanians in classrooms as possible. Member from Bordentown East.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Minister. I heard you mention earlier about business cases, and I want to understand in terms of EI-12 capital works. How is the ministry engaging local contractors and supporting Caymanian participation?
So that's a very good question, and certainly those of you who heard my contribution to the debate and have heard me make other public utterances, I am certainly, and the government is certainly committed to looking holistically at our procurement process and our procurement systems. So firstly, value for money is at the core of everything that we're going to do, and that cannot be compromised. We cannot continue to just accept that there's a system of the private sector price and the government price. We have things as simple as entities bidding higher for government projects purely because of how we administer payments, i.e., not going the same route that private sector does in regards to things like mobilization and being able to make government competitive. And so if you're not going to have mobilization as standard part of large projects, contractors are going to build that into their cost, because they're not just going to give you their capital for free. They're not going to take on that risk of those monies having to come from overdrafts or their own capital and not put that in their risk rating and their profile and costing of a project. But the other thing that you would have heard me talk about is ensuring that throughout our system, we look closely at Caymanian participation and what I have termed true Caymanian participation. That is not just Caymanian-owned entities, but persons who have Caymanian employees. And we must drive this process as government. We can't ask the private sector to Caymanianize and do right by Caymanian and Caymanian businesses when government doesn't. And so we do need to ensure from where the government sits that as part of our process that we award points to true Caymanian participation. If one company can produce a bid and show that they have 10 Caymanians working and those are going to be the Caymanians on the project, why should they not get extra points for some other person who puts in a bid but are going to employ 3 Caymanians and 7 work permit holders? We must start to be serious about how we support and incentivize companies to hire Caymanians, because if companies catch wind that that's the new approach the government is going to use and going to actually demand and reward you for that sort of behavior, that's, in my opinion, in the government's opinion, what is going to start changing the prospects for Caymanian employment and more and deep and meaningful Caymanian employment. And it has to be about how much we can make sure that Caymanians are in work in meaningful jobs. And so in that way, I think that is going to be something that we're going to be able to push as a key agenda and get more Caymanian participation.
Mr. Chair, that is music to my ears. There must be some reward for companies who appreciate Caymanian workers, and that's the only how we're going to get it done. And it can't just work with one ministry. It has to work in tandem with all the other ministries. For too long, if I may say, I've said a couple things, and I think one of the things I'd been saying was that government was essentially creating poverty in Cayman. And some don't like the line that I go down in terms of the lowest bid. And the lowest bid, you will probably not find Caymanians working for that company, because it's normally meaning minimum wage. So I'll stop it there because I might get myself in trouble.
Member from Bordentown West.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just have one general question with regards to scholarships. And I want to thank you, first of all, publicly for your intervention the other day. And also want to thank the previous Minister of Education for her intervention the other day, and the previous Minister of Education for his intervention from back then. One of the things, Mr. Chairman, that I do have a problem with is with regards to, on the scholarship application, Caymanian students with this acknowledgement letter. Now, it's one thing when we have issues with the private sector asking Caymanians to acknowledge that they're Caymanians. But when I find the government also doing it, and bearing in mind that each year for all three of my children, every time it came up, I provided the same information to the ministry, well, the scholarship secretariat, as I would provide the elections office to prove that my child would be Caymanian and would be able to vote. And I understand the policy is now that everyone has to go and get this letter of acknowledgement. I think it is something, I understand the National ID initiative may actually fix that, but at the end of the day, I think something needs to be done. I don't know if there's any other government department that's doing it, but something needs to be done with this Caymanian or Caymanians going over to immigration to get or to work, to get a letter to prove that they're Caymanian, when the government, in essence, has all the information, who already know who are Caymanian. We have access to the register of births. We have access to just about every information individually, but then to add on this added step, I believe the only time a Caymanian should be going to work is when they're taking a work permit to somebody. So I think it is something that needs to be dealt with, not just in the Ministry of Education, but across all our government if it's something that's being dealt with. But I actually find it to be a very demeaning exercise. And something needs to be done about it. And I know you had stepped in the last time, and I publicly thank you. And the previous Minister of Education, the member for Cayman Brack East, she stepped in at that issue. And even at one point, Sir Alden stepped in for me when that first popped up again too. So I'm grateful for all three. But I can tell you, as a sitting member of Parliament, we have to go and prove that my kids who are all born in wedlock are Caymanian to get a government scholarship. It can't work, and if I feel this way, I can only imagine how other Caymanians feel. So this is something that I hope that the minister is looking at working on shortly.
Thank you. It's not going to make you member from Bordentown West or any member of this committee or indeed any Caymanian feel any better, but I've had to do it 3 times as well. But,
I pushed back on mine all 3 times.
but I get the point. I think the one thing it does underscore is the nature of our population and the fact that who is legally a Caymanian is not something that is simple at this stage for a lot of people to quote-unquote prove. However, one of the things that government is looking at is to augment, let me use the word augment, but looking at is at birth, looking to ensure that anyone who's Caymanian at birth can be so registered. Now, there is huge complications, as we know, around a lot of our immigration systems, and this is what drives this. But at the end of the day, I get it, I feel it, I hear you, but we do the best we can.
Mr. Chairman, I'm going to add something on now, and this is the part of Chris that frightens most people when I can sometimes go places that people don't want to go. No, I'm going to be polite, Premier, don't worry. There is a culture within this country, and I don't want to pit new Caymanians against indigenous Caymanians, but recognize that new Caymanians literally all have a status certificate or something to prove that they're Caymanian based by having that certificate. The indigenous Caymanian basically has nothing. And while I recognize in core government, for example, when I give the earlier stats that only less than 50% of the employees in the education department across education is non-Caymanian. Section 55 of the Constitution that don't give politicians the right to basically push certain iron of public servants, we're limited in that regard. So I will give that one a pass. But then I move to an area like UCCI, which is a board appointed by members of cabinet, all Caymanian board, and UCCI have the same struggle. And I draw a reference to Roy Bodden's previous president of UCCI exit, in which he spoke about a clique, a group of people at UCCI that blocks Caymanians from getting into that organization. And I can tell you, I have received numerous complaints of young Caymanians trying to get into the tertiary teaching of other Caymanians, and the clique keeps them out. Now, I'm not going to get into the description of the clique, even though Mr. Bodden did, but I want to draw members in here attention that that clique, while it may only be at UCCI, exists elsewhere in other parts of government and in the private sector. Yes. And that clique is determined to keep Caymanians out for bringing in their own kind. And I'm going to tell you, the last thing people want is legislators coming down here. Because come next month, we have a very sensitive debate on immigration coming up. And I'm going to tell you, it is not going to be pretty. And people in this country need to understand that this body, members of this body, represent people who are highly fed up of feeling like second-class and third-class citizens in their own country. And I can tell you right now, we have administrative jobs being done in government statutory bodies that should be held by Caymanians. And we in this body need to start putting places in laws that says some jobs need to be done by Caymanian. And as you, Mr. Chairman, rightfully pointed out in your contribution, which again, I was very moved with it, when we talk about when you made your phone call to PwC, you got your scholarship because the private sector recognized that some jobs, while not written in law, must be done by Caymanians. We need to bring that back. Because I am telling you, we have a lot of young kids in university that don't want to come back home. They don't want to come back and face the indignity of not being able to get opportunities in their own country. And then people complain about Caymanians feeling entitled. Caymanians should feel entitled. This is our country, this is their country. So I am telling you, I am not prepared at this point for us to continue this not facing it. So I am happy when I hear you saying what you're saying. I'm happy to hear the Premier saying what he's saying. And I'm happy to hear what the member for Prospect is also saying. This is something that cannot continue. And if we can't get our own house in order, how can we then expect the private sector to do any better? So we got private sector already telling Caymanians, go prove your Caymanians, and now we got government doing the same thing. That can't continue. So I am happy that you have the mindset that you do, and I welcome it. And I can tell you whatever it is that we can do and decide to make it to make it work for people, we're there with you. But that clique needs to step, and I can tell you, start with UCCI. Get our own house in order. That is what needs to be done.
Mr. Chair, piggybacking on that.
Mr. Chairman,
and jumping right in to say,
question.
Member for Borden Down East, the late
just
member.
to say, mine is going to be 10 seconds. That in the civil service, I am hearing reports that there are employees who are non-Caymanian who are over 70, still working in the government and being allowed to extend their contracts. So I agree with the member from Borden West. We need to start with our own house.
And thank you for that intervention, members. Very important element of Finance Committee, and I think yet another classic example as to why a minister should be sitting in this chair to answer his questions and respond. No public servant can or should be expected to respond to what you just said. Lady member from Cayman back East.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I'd like to ask the Minister of Education, how long has the 43 school posts been vacant?
Give me 2 seconds to confer.
If that's a serious matter, you're looking in the wrong direction, sir.
Yeah, split personality.
I'm reliably informed that the vast majority are from late resignations over the summer, and we've had about 3 or 4 in October. So all very recent.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Can I also inquire as to whether any of these posts will be filled before midnight, December 31st?
What I can tell the lady member is I will certainly ensure that the staff, the chief officer and the staff in the HR unit fill those posts as quickly as humanly possible. And hopefully if there's any that we could fill before midnight tonight, I would like that to happen.
I'd also like to ask the Minister of Education, what's the total amount of funds allocated for these 43 posts? And I should say, Mr. Chair, that's the reason why I asked if they could be filled before midnight December, not on the expediency of the hiring.
Well, let me be very, very clear. All these funds are funded. All these posts are funded. Every post is funded. Is there a question as to whether we have funding for the 43 posts? Okay, so just out of abundance of caution, all 43 are funded. I don't have that information right in front of me. Let me just see if the chief officer does. So I'm reliably informed that all posts are currently being backfilled by supply teachers. And on top of that, as I said, the budget is there, but what I can do is get the HR team to actually put the cost against each one of those and provide that to the member in writing.
I would be grateful, sir, to receive that in due course and perhaps also get an undertaken, because they are supply teachers. The presumption would be that they would not be paid the same amount, and the HR person here could verify, confirm that, and whether any of those assumptions has been inculcated into the calculation for the forecasted surplus.
I certainly can speak to the forecasted surplus. The forecasted surplus would be based on the HR unit's estimate as to when the posts would actually be filled, and then that would then form what is our projected personnel cost through December 31st. So if we project that someone is going to come on December 1st, then we would have put in the projections a full month for that specific post, and then yes, it would be wrapped up in the projected surplus.
So can I then ask the Minister of Education, what percentage of any was forecasted to be filled before December? That's why I asked that original question about December.
If the member could give me 2 seconds to confer. So as the honourable member would appreciate, in any recruitment, that process is fluid. And so there's offers going out. Persons may accept or deny an offer, and therefore you have to continue on down your candidate list or indeed restart the recruitment process. And so it is difficult to estimate that exact level of detail in terms of when those posts would be filled. What I can say is we are actively recruiting for all these posts to fill them as quickly as possible.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I would expect no less based on the staff and the knowledge that I have of your good self, but I would also wish to ascertain that those 43 duly funded posts, that if perchance they cannot be filled before midnight on December 31st, that the funds would be ring-fenced and not used for any other matters without coming to this House first.
And so I think, as all of us would know about how government and finances work, I would commit that certainly, as other ministers do, we would only use a Section 11.5 if it's absolutely necessary, i.e. not come to this committee with a Section 12. But certainly, there would never be an instance where monies that have been budgeted for teachers would then be used for something else, and then that obstruct the recruitment of teachers. And if that's what the members get asking for a commitment, I can absolutely give that as 110% commitment.
Thank you. Perhaps I can just ask this last one in this particular area. Are any of those 43 vacant posts for any of the 3 schools? Well, you guys count it as 2 schools, maybe 3 schools on Cayman Brac.
Two would be for the Layman East Scott High School, and 1 for West End Primary School.
And Mr. Chair, just to make sure that I understood what you said, these only became vacant in summer, latest October this year?
That is what I've been informed, yes. Mr. McTaggart, member for Georgetown East.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Chairman, I wanted to turn my attention to EI 12 and EI 46. I looked in the plan and estimates, and I couldn't find any description of what these appropriations are going to be used for. The bigger one being the equity investment into the Ministry of Education and Training for $21,440 in 26 and $19,400 in 27. Can we get an idea of what's included in those numbers?
Sure. So those would cover works that would include the expansion of the Lighthouse School, and that OBC is due to go to Cabinet next month. Completion of the new Cayman High School, the expansion of the school hall at Joanna Clark Primary School, phased construction and getting initial works done for new West Bay High School, not works, planning, sorry, for new high school in West Bay. Initial works to look at a new school block for the Sir John A. Cumber Primary School, as we heard a little earlier, relocating of the Sunrise Adult Training Center, and those would be the major ones, Mr.
That's sufficient, sir. And then the other one I would ask about is EI 46 for UCCI, 1.5 million in 26, nothing in 27 for. And I don't think there was anything in 25. Yes, there was.
Thank you very much for that question. The priority projects is a renovation of the Sir Vassal Johnson Hall, specifically refurbishment of the restrooms and replacement of an aging air conditioning unit to enhance health, safety, and energy efficiencies. UCCI plans to procure generators to maintain the continuity of operations in the event of power outages, a vital measure for both academic delivery and emergency preparedness. In addition, the university will undertake replacement of deteriorating ceilings and floors at the Sybil McLaughlin Hall, Administration Building, and other key facilities to improve the structural integrity and campus usability. And so those are what was petitioned for, and we funded.
Okay, thank you. Then just going back to EI 46, just briefly with regard to the Cayman the new high school, I don't know if it was said or in here, but if it was, I missed it, and I'm sorry. But when is a planned completion date for the school?
Mr. McTaggart, the latest projection from the project team is that everything will be ready for occupation August of 2026 in time for the school year.
That's what I wanted to hear, sir. Thank you.
So, Mr. Chairman.
I just have one more question. And I'll be finished.
EI-46. No, I was on EI-46.
Wait, what?
Yeah.
Okay.
Thanks very much, Mr. McTaggart, for giving me. Mr. McTaggart, I touched on EI-46, Mr. Chairman, and I also had a question. I was trying to reconcile what was included on page 854 of the ownership agreement that UCCI had versus what was actually in the schedule on in terms of EI-146. I noticed the university had for 2026, and I'll just read what it says here, sorry, for ease of other members. It says, detailed below is information about specific financial transactions required to be included in the ownership agreement by the Public Management and Finance Act 2020 revision. And one of them that he noted was equity investments in the University College of the Cayman Islands of $3,949,000 in 2026 and $10,780,000 in 2027. But I noticed only 1.5 million was included. So I was trying to understand the relationship between those two numbers.
Member, we have a small apology to make to the committee. The actual document that we have in the minister has the 1.5, so this page has an error in it. It should just be the 1.5.
That's fine. That's understandable. Like I said, I was having a problem reconciling it. I have other questions, but since we're on EI-46, I just wanted to put in, I'll come back to my other questions, and you can go to the other members.
Mr. McTaggart?
Just one final question for me, sir. In terms of the John Gray High School in the afternoons when school is out, there is an urgent need to have some sort of school safety officer out there because of the amount of cars and vehicles traveling and kids crossing the roads. I've seen some very close situations that constituents have sent me. I'm just wondering if the ministry can take that and really try to put some resources there to control things better.
Mr. McTaggart, I thank you. Thank you and thank you. Yes, that is absolutely right, and that is an area we're going to be working with the school leadership team and the security company around, because it has been flagged as an area, and I've been driving by there myself. I've seen it, and it does get very, very congested, especially with this food and snack vans that then appear right on the sides of the roads, and so we need to keep that area a lot cleaner in the sense of from a safety standpoint, because it does become much too congested and cramped in.
But you got cars parking on both sides, and there's only one way in and out.
Yes.
So
no,
I appreciate it, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I can give that as an undertaking that we will look to get that improved. Leader member from Cayman Brac East.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to ask the Minister of Education how much of EI-12 over the 2-year span, 2026, 2027, approximately $40+ million, is to cover the construction of the Northside Primary School.
Thank you very much for that question, and I see the Minister of Plahi smiling, so he's very happy that that question got asked.
Because it got voted for yesterday.
At present, very true. At present, there is $1 million in each year, and that is to get the initial planning and those sort of works done with a view to, sorry, 1 million in 26, 1.5 in 27 to ensure we get through the initial works and initial planning stages, because the view of the ministry is we would want to be able to move on that project in the next budget cycle.
And that's absolutely fine. It is needed, as my full support for the ones that you call the block, similar to what you had built at I call it West Bay Primary School, and the new high school. Obviously, Savannah need their hall. I'm not quite sure what next in plans. I think they need a full hall with additional land that's there. But for Northside being a growing, and the minister has done many, many things to ensure that it's probably given competition to my good friend John, with being the fastest growing district. In 4 years' time, they'll have to demarcate the electoral boundaries with the amount of houses and improvements that he's making in Northside. So I would concur that it should be a matter of priority. With it, knowing the ministers as I did, that was not a fraudulent slip when I said it's already voted for.
Are there any?
Mr. Chair. Oh, sorry.
Sorry, Ms. Hunter. From
Thank you, Mr.
West Bay
Chair.
West.
Can I just circle back on human resources? Mr. Chair, when we first took up office, we reviewed the school inspectorate reports for all the schools, and one of the many areas of focus was on leadership and management, as you know. Now, over the summer, the Ministry of Education and Training made changes to the school leadership. In doing so, we saw a number of increases, and I know that we all are very, very happy about this, is why I really want you to explain this. In the number of Caymanians taking up leadership roles, can you share with the House and for the listening public the number and the rationale behind all of the new leadership roles that have been filled with Caymanians in recent, for the school, starting the school's term?
Thank you very much, and certainly I just want to go on record publicly and thank the lady member from West Bay West and Savannah for agreeing to be parliamentary secretaries within the Ministry of Education. I think their interventions have been good, and they're only going to get better as we roll out and continue to develop their roles. But we are very, very proud of the numbers of Caymanians who continue to rise up the ranks in our schools. I think most members of the House, just through going to graduations, would know that for the first time in a long time, we have at the John Gray High School, Ms. Patricia Forbes taking up the principalship, and so that's the first time in a long time that we've had a born Caymanian leading that school. At the Aidan Moyle Primary School that we were just talking about, Ms. Lauren Campbell, supported by Ms. Carrie Ann Grant. At the Marie Martin Primary School, Miss Erica Greenidge Daniels, supported by Miss Alida Vassell. At the Theoline McCoy Primary School, we now have Miss Perlin Henry Burrell taking up the principalship there. And so it has been one of those exciting times for us as a community, as we continue to have Caymanians continue to progress through, because it's important not just in recruiting new Caymanian teachers, and I'm sure all of you as members of this committee would agree, when younger teachers also see Caymanians reach the principalship level, that too can be very inspiring to keep and retain more and more Caymanians in the profession.
Yes, thank you. That was my thought process as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Any question? Member for Georgetown Central.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We've passed a number of the areas numerous times of the areas of questions I have, so forgive me if I'm going to be sporadic all over the place. I've been trying to intervene a couple of times, but have been unable to catch your eye. Just for clarity, I think you have answered a number of questions about what plans for build new facilities in a number of different questions. Holistically, can you say what is the government's intention of building new school properties? Listing them out for me, please.
New school
facilities.
So, as I said I did cover this in my answer to the member for Georgetown East just a few minutes ago, and so we are looking at present in this budget at Lighthouse School, and that's going to receive the biggest source of funding. As I just said to the lady member for Cayman Brac East, we are going to start the preliminary planning works around a new school for the district of Northside, and then we're looking at a number of specific projects on school campuses that would include the Sir John A. Campbell Primary School, relocating the Sunrise Adult Training Center, the initial works to look at feasibility and location, because location is key on this one for a new West Bay high school, new hall at the Joanna Clark Primary School. And so those are the main ones that are included in provisioning for this budget, and certainly I look forward to getting these works done and then turning my attention to the next budget where we can continue building out more and more, as the lady member for Cayman Brac East alluded to, more and more of those modern and new classroom blocks, because they've had hugely important and positive impacts, as you would know, for example, on the campus, for example, of Marie Martin Primary School. And so that is the idea behind new school blocks, because those new school blocks, once built, you can then demolish the old buildings. And once you do it in a phased approach, you wind up with a brand new school over a number of budgets. Are there any other questions?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. I was just waiting for you to complete. In speaking of campuses and upgrades, is there any plans for Georgetown Primary? I was pleased to hear that I think the Leader of Opposition said there was a new playground added to go at Georgetown Primary. Saddened that I was not informed of this, being the member responsible. But can they give us any updates on the play area in respect to Georgetown Primary, due to the fact that the only play area that they have is the artificial turf, which is not conducive for child play, I must say. It's on the football field. And my last meeting in the education officials, I know the chief officer wasn't there at that time, when I requested upgrades of the lands at the back end of the property to put a play area, particularly for the younger kids, utilizing the land better, especially considering the fact of the extension of the road behind it, where land could be increased to the back space. Can yourself or your chief staff tell us what is happening by way of upgrades there? And you know, the last time I asked about the flooding assessment, and I think that there was some information that was supposed to be relayed back to me about the full complement of it. I still haven't received it, I don't recall.
So, thank you very much for that question, member. As it relates to the playground, I'm going to have to get an update on exactly what the state of play is on that, no pun intended. But in regards to the drainage, work has already been undertaken in regards to enhancing the deep wells system around the school, and certainly that will be monitored as we go forward to ensure its adequacy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I look forward to the follow-up on that in respect to the playground area, and I would like to encourage the ministry that if there's anything happening at the Georgetown Primary School that I be made aware of and included in the updates and informed about it. I think it would be wrong for them to leave me out as the member as well as the leader of opposition for the two main constituencies that are impacted in that school. Moving on now, Mr. Chairman, you spoke about, in answer to the member from Bontown West, about the Caymanians applying for scholarships having to have the right, having to prove that they're Caymanian by way of this acknowledgement certificate. And you also said that we're currently starting to address it, particularly at birth. And I am very happy to hear that, because it's something I've been trying to address from when I was minister, particularly being the minister for the National ID program, upon which we spoke about this matter. And one of the things that came up in the meeting with the immigration presentation was how are they going to address this area? You're saying that the government is currently doing that in the new proposal. Can you explain how, please?
Oh, I didn't say it's in the new proposal for the national ID. I mean, the national ID system.
No, you said with the immigration changes.
What I did say is we've had discussions in caucus as to working closely between HSA and all of the hospitals who deliver children in the country and our system at the registrar to try and at least where it's definitive that someone is a Caymanian as of right, that we start capturing that data going forward, because otherwise we'll always play catch up with this process and we'll never, ever, ever get there. And so that was what the discussion has been, and that is what we need to now drive forward. And I'm sure all members of this committee, and certainly anyone listening, would agree. Greatly agree with that as an initiative for something that we have to do.
Well, in that vein, then let me possibly assist you, Mr. Minister Chair. In the new proposed changes, there's a component in Clause 7, not getting into the immigration too much, but I think it's important that you hear this because you'd want to help assist with the proposal, whereby information options for sharing of data with relevant agencies to help the immigration system. And I was quite surprised that within those proposed entities highlighted for information sharing to accomplish exactly what you're talking about, proving a person is Caymanian, the one area that is not listed was register of births. They got Royal Cayman's Police Service, Customs, Director of Public Prosecutions, Department of Children and Family Services, Community Rehabilitation, Health Insurance Commission, Portfolio of Civil Service, Department of Government Commerce and Investment, Department of Government responsible for administrative services, which is basically the Civil Service Corps, the government agency responsible for training and development. But the one area that they need to know most of the information about is Caymanians that are born. So how in the world work is ever going to be able to tell somebody about the child if they can't share the information with births? I know this wasn't a priority because I told them that when I was minister, and then they bring the amendments down here without the listing of the births. So this minister would never be able to do that job. So I encourage you, and that sounded like a little rant, it was, but that needs to be added to the amendment bill that is coming for this House on December 10th. That will help you with the problem that we just had. I can happily move on to my next question now, sir.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, can you list off the after-school programs that the Education Ministry is working with that are known to? The reason I ask that is because I would like if your ministry would reach out to all of them in light of the Central Scranton Park coming online, hopefully January, February, for that facility to start be taking shape. I don't want to wait till it's open before we start organizing these things. I'm very happy that the government, particularly the minister, is finalizing the dream that the administration I was a part of collectively with myself got this park almost to completion now. But we have to start planning these things from far out so it starts taking effect as soon as the park is open. So is there a list of agencies upon which the Education Department, particularly with after-school components like Read for Life, Homework Club, or anything like that, that your ministry is willing to sit with me whereby we can say this building, this infrastructure which we spent a lot of money on is now going to be available, so we can start announcing the programs to the children of Georgetown and the Greater Cayman Islands to say after school, Monday to Friday, these things are going to be available that we can work together with.
So I did hear you make a very peculiar statement. Are you going to be taking up a parliamentary secretary post with the Ministry of Works? Because you did say work with you.
So, oh, you do, oh, the hypocrite.
So,
Mr. Chairman, today Friday, and I'm in the mood.
Well,
and I into the games. You are the government that said you want to work with the other side. Now you're being sarcastic by saying, oh, you're looking at as parliamentary secretary, and I'm not in the mood. I really just want this after-school program to be up and going. And please, just do me a favor. Let's focus on the positive. I want that park to be functioning for the kids of all of the Cayman Islands. So, I'm in the mood for that. Please.
So, the ministry does not have a central repository of all after-school programs. However, I can commit and give the member an undertaking that we will ensure that all schools and school leaders, and indeed the current provisioner of the national after-school program, are aware of the facility and the uses of the facility and the benefits of using the facility, because that's what we're trying to get at, is proper use of the facility and ensuring that it's maximized, because that's what we should be doing with everything that we use public monies to expend. Agreed?
100% agreed, sir. And I would like to offer my working relationship with your ministry to ensure that the good people of Georgetown Central, the good people of Georgetown, and the Great Cayman Islands as well as a whole have the opportunity to take access to that youth center. So I would love for you to be willing to partner, as Parliament should, to get that functioning. So I hope that you accept, and I hope to hear from one of your staff about us planning for that facility to be up and going with some positive educational opportunities for our youth and after-school programs. Is that a fair request?
Fair.
Will you accept?
Accepted.
Thank you. All right, moving on. Mr. Chairman.
Can we now take the vote since we're in such a good mood?
Not yet, not yet. We still got a long way to go. Mr. Chairman, I've had an opportunity to go through your whole budget, and I've noticed that there has been an increase. And I said this is a bad thing. But over the 2-year period, from the last 2 years, of $36.9 million increase. I did hear within the Premier's contribution, as well as yours, that education has become a central focus, or not have become, continues to be a central focus for the country, quite like my former Premier had did very well. And I'm so glad to hear all of these investments in these new facilities. When she started Cayman Brac High School, there was so much controversy about that. But time will tell, and the Lord is watching. Anyway, that being said, can you just give us an overview of the $36 million more, what is going to be different? Parliamentary Secretary Hunter, you have something to say, ma'am?
Member from Georgetown Central.
No, I wanted to give way to her if she was going to say something, sir.
No, that's fine.
No, okay. Can you give us an overview of the $36.9 million increase in the budget from what the previous administration had and what the key areas of that increase entails?
Well, as I started out by saying, I think it was the line of questioning from the member from Red Bay and PS Hunter. One of the things that we're obviously doing is looking to continue to uplift on funding of ECAP because that's critically important. We also want to ensure that everyone understands this is but phase one. We're going to continue and double down on that investment as the term progresses. Also, as you would be aware, there would be, when you compare budget on budget, there would be the impact of a 5% COLA. And of course, with this being the largest ministry, the biggest portion of that is to fund that 5% increase. That's a significant portion. I don't have the numbers right in front of me to hand, but I can get back to those in a minute, and that's a huge portion of the additional funding. However, we also have, of course, any sort of increased expenditures as we bring new facilities on, that there is going to be uplift of the operating costs because you don't just open a new facility like the new Cayman Bragg High School and not ensure you put in place that proper preventive maintenance program right up front. A lot of people think, well, it's a new building, you don't have to do anything. No, you have to invest right away to ensure that the life of that building is one that is maintained, and you can then avoid big costs down the road. So when you look overall, those are some of the key drivers to our increased funding. And then, of course, when you look at a number of I'm not sure what numbers you were looking at there, whether that included some of the capital or not, but of course, okay, there you go. And so that would then sort of round out where a lot of the increases would have been coming from. Are there any other questions?
Yes, Mr. Chair, and this is my last one now. Don't know if anything bunks up later on, but in respect to this round,
Which round? Because we have agreed.
I don't know if any other members are going to ask any questions. That's what I mean.
No, I think other members have indicated that
they're ready to vote.
They look like they're ready to vote.
Okay. Well, in that case, maybe this might be the last question. I don't know. Mr. Chairman, while examining the training component, training and education is key. And there were some provisions under work before. As you know, I'm the shadow minister for work, and naturally, preparing for this budget, I would have gone through his budget as well. And I've noticed that when it came to training, that under his work budget and descriptions, all of the training components that was there before under the former minister, the Honorable Dwayne Seymour before, who had a tremendous training program which helped with career counseling, workforce readiness, assessment, training, and other employment initiatives, getting them ready for work, particularly when it comes to labor, working with key stakeholders, supporting development, implementation of the National Technical Vocational Education Training, TVET, National Apprenticeship Programs, and National Internship Programs. All of those have been taken away from that minister. Are they been, and the budget for his ministry has reflected a large decrease of over, I think there's a whopping 5 million less than what he used to have, not he, but that particular line item used to have. Can you confirm that all of those training from a labor perspective have been moved over to you? Or have they been just taken away from labor altogether, which is work readiness, which is what labor kind of does too, you know, when they identify persons who may have restrictions. I can happily present you with the old budget statement and the line item description for that training that used to be under that ministry. And now that that description has been taken out, I can provide it for you if you want to see. I just want to know if it went over to you or did it just stop altogether?
So when you spoke earlier to the increase in the budget appropriation to the Ministry of Education.
Yes.
That is yet another driver for that increase. So yes, the National Training and Development Unit has been transferred to the Ministry of Education so that they look at the compliance end of labor and we focus on the education and training end so that all of our pathways can be hemmed up and under one roof. And so yes, that unit and the work of that unit has been transferred to the Ministry of Education and Training.
Thank you so much. Is that the only reason why those training programs have been moved from that ministry?
Yes.
Thank you.
No, I have two questions, Mr. Chairman.
Member from Red Bay.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Chairman, I know it's probably past lunchtime, and members are probably hungry, but the vast majority of the questions that I had have been answered. Lighthouse School, school infrastructure, and various others. So I have two, and piggybacking on to some questions asked earlier. When we were discussing classrooms, one of the issues, Mr. Chair, that I raised during my SPS debate was the need that I saw at Red Bay, where they had youngsters in need of SEN assistance, off in the corner of a library or partition off a part of a library, and they were making do, and I take my hat off to them. But I understand that in other primary schools, maybe a dedicated classroom, more private, where that can be done. So I'm looking to ask if something could be done to assist Red Bay, some additional funding, or to find some dedicated space there for them to do what I understand Prospect School and others do.
So thank you very much for that question, member. One of the things that I have to say that we're going to continue to do as I now engage and embark on my full schools tours and schools visits and engagement with all the senior leadership and teachers across all schools, is looking to add whatever additional, what I would call small capital projects that might have impact on schools, but also, as you heard earlier, we're already looking and targeting a number where some needs were obvious, as you've just pointed out, in terms of new school blocks, etc. But again, it is with that focus where facilities interfere with optimal teaching and learning, then we try to ensure that we address the facilities in a comprehensive manner to ensure that those spaces are appropriate. But I can't speak specifically to the Red Bay issue that you're speaking of, but we've made a note of it because I would want to see it for myself also.
I appreciate that, sir. As you may recall, I did raise that during my SPS debate as well, so I thank you for that. And the other matter that you could look at, I understand this also impacts Prospect as well. We were discussing playgrounds earlier on, and as you do your tour, just have a look at the lack of facilities in some of the play areas. They do their utmost best, but in Red Bay, in one area, there's one swing for I don't know how many children looking to line up the swing. I believe that I'm working with someone on the PTA, found someone in the private sector to fund a part of some playground equipment. We will know probably by January, but I'm not sure if I can rely on that. But if you could also look at the playground equipment, the need for it at Red Bay, where you do those tours, I'd be grateful, sir. So I look forward to hearing back something from you on that. It is needed badly.
Okay, we certainly will look at that, and of course, I do look forward to the official tour of Red Bay, which I know God's willing you'll be joining me, and so we'll be able to see those things together when we're there.
Excellent, thank you, sir.
Another question, member from Bordentown East.
Mr. Chair, thank you. I just want to have been informed in terms of the highway of Linford Pearson and east-west arterial area. The buses have been stopping on these highways, and apparently it's a little dangerous. Just to report that persons thought that the buses should go into the side roads for pickup and drop-offs. Just relating information that has been passed on to me.
We certainly will make a note of that and work with the bus contractors. Member for Bordentown West.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I would just like to draw your attention to page 876 of the ownership agreement that deals with University College of the Cayman Islands, and I have 2 questions on that page. So I'll give you a chance to get up to speed there.
876.
Page 876, correct, sir. The first question deals with donations. I'm just checking to see if, I suspect it's just a matter of being conservative because it's very difficult to budget for donations. So I'm just checking if that's the reason why that number is what it is.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I figured as much, but I just raised that to bring attention to members in the private sector that UCCI does accept donations, and if companies want to be good corporate citizens, and when they're applying for their work permits and they want to talk about wonderful things that they have done for Caymanians, to help Caymanians, they can basically say, by the way, we included a check to $500,000 to UCCI to help. So, not that I'm saying anything, but I just want to put that there to corporate members in Cayman that UCCI does accept donations that goes very far in helping many Caymanians. With that said, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to move to my second question on that page, and it deals with the cost of health care other. As you can see, for 2024, that figure is $277,000. And then for 2025, it jumped up to $1,499,000. So it went from $277,000 to $1,499,000. And then for the 12-month budget for 2026, it's basically just under $2.1 million, and for 2027, just over $2.1 million. So I was curious as to how that number moved from $277,000 in 2024 to basically $2.1 million in 2026, 2027, and if there's an explanation for such a massive increase.
Thank you for the question, and the answer is that there was a decision taken by the previous administration to bring health insurance parity to UCCI. UCCI was on a SHIC Plus plan, and this was to move them to a full plan covered by Synacle.
Okay, so just for the record, they are covered by Seneco. And the reason why that
Yes,
jumped out...
I see the misalignment of the line.
Okay, good. So that's really what triggered my, that's what caught my attention. So
Yes.
they can just fix that then, well, we know it's cynical. All right, then, cool, thanks.
Mr. Chair.
Lady Member for Cayman Brack East.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to ask the Minister of Education if he would undertake to look into the busing situation as it relates to the primary schools in Cayman Brack. It's not a new item. I've been asking, and it seems from what I was able to ascertain, perhaps you might be able to get some more information. Some of the parents didn't want their children bused, in particular, I was told mainly the Western primary school parents. But what it does is that it puts then the Creek Primary School and the Spot Bay Junior School at a disadvantage, in that many of the parents there have to go into State Bay to work, and they will not accept the children before 8 o'clock in the morning. And so it causes a difficulty in that regard. And for some reason, some children seem to be bused from those schools in the evening, but not the morning. And it ranged from between not being able to find a driver. I'm not quite sure. So if you could undertake to find out exactly what obtains, and if one school don't want it, I certainly, the Honourable Minister's here, he can also check into that. But I would certainly like to see it for all, but in particular, Cayman Brack East, because some children at that age, in particular at the Creek School, it's from nursery, if memory serves me right, to grade 2 or so. They're very young, and bad things happen to good children.
Point taken and heard very loud and clear, Lady Member, and certainly we will undertake to find out the exact details and get the situation rectified and ensure that we share that information with both members from the sister islands so that we're all on the same page and everybody's happy with the solution, and then let's roll it out. Because I get what you're saying. Member
To Chair,
member from Bordentown East.
while we run busing, can you say, I don't think this was answered, did you do a feasibility study on the possibility of providing busing services for private schools?
So there's been work done in this area. I know that there's been a survey that's been sent to parents. I know the minister responsible for transportation. I spoke to him to get some background information as well. And so there's been work done in this regard. Certainly, the government is committed to reigniting that work and that piece of work and engaging with school leaders at private schools. And the reason being is quite simple. This school year, the public schools and private schools did not start on the same day. And there was a notable and noticeable difference between the day that public school went back to school and then combined with public and private. That's not a scientific survey by any means or study, but certainly I think it's informative to have seen such a dramatic shift over a period of 2 days. And so we do need to go back and look at this, because one of the things that we've talked about is perhaps looking at a multi-pronged approach to this, where government could start and lead by example, where we say that public servants, for example, public officers who do not have children in schools, perhaps get a different start to their work day. We go back and encourage the private sector where they don't have frontline staff, that their need for the opening to customer face for their business to perhaps consider the same thing. Also work with private school leadership and see if we can come up with an agreed approach to busing, because all of us have seen for the longest time that once school is not in during the summer, there is no traffic lines that are miles long, or when they're out for Christmas. So we see what the driver is for the traffic, and it's no coincidence that it just peaks and reaches a standstill once schools are all in. So we need to undertake that work quickly, and my view is, and the government's view is, we ought to try a multi-pronged approach, because it certainly can't make it any worse. And so we need to do this and see what impacts it can have, because I think in doing that, we can come up with some solutions to alleviate the traffic congestion from the eastern districts coming into Georgetown, in particular into the school district area. If there's no further questions,
Mr. Chairman, I don't have a question, but just as on a point of clarity, because I've gotten questions on this, and I just want you, for the listening public, to just let the public know, and the House as well. I know that you know that I have a very keen interest in schools in West Bay, and in relation to the West Bay, the new proposed West Bay High School, there is questions surrounding the site. Can you just explain why we have not had a definitive decision yet on which site we'll be using?
That's a very good question, and so there has been a number of persons who have had certain reservations around what was the original site, which was going to be what we used to call this old Scholars Park, and where the five-a-side court used to be. Of course, we know that the Jimmy Powell Cricket Oval is just behind that site. And then there's been one or two pieces of property that have been acquired by private sector persons that actually, since that time, that actually negatively impact using that site. And so we do need to now take another look and ensure that we can map out what can reasonably be held on that specific piece of property. What I can say is I've spoken to the Minister of Sports, because I do believe that given its proximity to the 8 Bush Play Field, there's now a proposed new national rugby facility that's going to be in that area. Future Football Club has certain lands in that area that they don't believe they're going to be using in the future. So all of this needs to be put in the mix so that we can now ensure that we're game planning and planning this out for the optimal site for wherever we're going to actually put what would be the 3rd high school in Grand Cayman. Lady member from Georgetown West.
I know you're dying to end. Thank you so much. I'm sure this is the last question, but is government committed to funding the program, the bus program, for the private schools?
That would be part of the overall conversation that we have to have in the discussion that we have to have around busing. And so I don't want to say yay or nay until we've actually had those discussions. So I want to have the discussions first and then be able to think this whole thing through.
Okay, thank you so much, because you can imagine how impactful that's going to be for Caymanian families. So hence my question. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Noted. And since there's no other questions, I would presume that we would be in agreement, as we did yesterday, to take the vote en bloc on the appropriations to the Minister for Education and Training, starting with EGA 1, Policy Advice, Governance and Ministerial Support Services, $7,757,313 for the financial year 2026, $8,637,670 for 2027. EGA 2 Employment and Support Services and Scholarship Administration, $3,050,322 in 2026, $3,072,857 in 2027. EGA 4, Public Library Services, $2,523,665 in 2026, $2,566,492 in 2027. EGA 5, Primary Education Services, $45,899,904 in 2026, $46,901,614 in 2027. EGA 6, Secondary Education Services, $51,099,943 in 2026, $52,689,814 in 2027. EGA 7, Education Services for Students with Special Needs, $13,433,329 in 2026, $13,721,316 in 2027. EGA 8, Facilities, Maintenance, and Operational School Support Services, $34,834,280 in 2026, $34,974,908 in 2027. EGA 9, Training and Support for Adults with Disabilities, $3,166,943 in 2026, $3,218,693 in 2027. CCO 1, Tertiary Teaching of Tertiary Level and Professional and Vocational Programs, $13,293,567 in 2026, $13,651,904 in 2027. CDB1, Disbursement of Government Scholarship Funding, $45,000 in 2026, $45,000 in 2027. NGS 25, Teaching of Tertiary Education Courses, $250,000 in 2026, $250,000 in 2027. NGS 34, Compulsory Primary and Secondary Education by Assisted Schools, $2 million in 2026, $2 million in 2027. NGS 79, Canine Security Services, $22,000 in 2026, $22,000 in 2027. NGS 91, Public School Meals Program, $9 million in 2026, $9 million in 2027. NGS 96, Extended After School Program, $1,500,000 in 2026, $1,500,000 in 2027. Transfer payments, TP 27, Preschool Educational Assistance, $2,100,000 in 2026, $2,100,000 in 2027. TP 30, Local and Overseas Scholarships and Bursaries, $32,300,000 in 2026, $32 million in 2027. TP 51, Other Education and Training Assistance, $900,000 in 2026, $900,000 in 2027. TP 82, Scholarships, Special Education Needs, $3 million in 2026, $3 million in 2027. TP 83, Scholarships, Medical Specialization, $329,000 in 2026, $317,000 in 2027. TP 93, Public School Grants, $400,000 in 2026, $400,000 in 2027. TP 94, Superior Auto Apprenticeship Program, $150,000 in 2026, $150,000 in 2027. Other executive expenses, OE 11, Subscription to Caribbean Examinations Council, $560,621 in 2026, $560,621 in 2027. OE 12, University of the West Indies Membership Levy, $16,377 in 2026, $16,377 in 2027. Equity investments, EI-12, Ministry of Education and Training, $21,440,000 in 2026, $19,400,000 in 2027. EI-46, University College of the Cayman Islands, $1,500,000 in 2026, nil in 2027.
You had said that was an error, Mr. Chair. Wasn't that supposed to be 1.5 in 2027?
So pursuant to Standing Order 83-3, I put the question as to whether honourable members approve all the items listed on the schedule to form a part of the bill. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. All those against, no. The ayes have it. I want to thank all honourable members for all of the questions, and it is certainly a healthy part of our democracy that we have to ensure that all public monies, all parts of the budget receive scrutiny from this very important committee. I want to thank my chief officer, the deputy chief officers, and all members and staff from the ministry, the department, Sunrise Adult Training Center, UCCI, for attending the proceedings of Finance Committee today. And on behalf of all members, I wish all of you success as we look to deliver impact to our children from the funds as allocated in this budget.
Mr. Chair? Sorry, I thought you were finished. My apologies. I just wanted to join in with you, sir, in thanking your team for being here. I really appreciate it, as did all the members of the opposition. So thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you. And so this meeting of Finance Committee shall be suspended for the lunch break. It is now 1:30. As members, would we agree that we come back at 2:30? Okay. So we will recommence at 2:30. So Finance Committee stands adjourned until 2:30. Honorable members and witnesses, let us reconvene this meeting of Finance Committee. Please be seated. Members, we will now recommence the proceedings of Finance Committee, and we open questions on the appropriations to the Minister for Finance and Economic Development, beginning at FED 1, Policy Advice, Governance, and Ministerial Support Services. Are there any questions? Should we take a block vote?
Mr. Chairman.
Member from Bordentown West.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I actually want to start out by thanking, or rather recognizing something that has been done in this country that represents Caymanian excellence. Last week, in your presentation and also in the Premier's remark, they spoke about the steps that Jamaica took with regards to parametric insurance, and they recognize the efforts or the initiative that the previous Minister of Finance, Dr. Nigel Clark, took in terms of obtaining parametric insurance for Jamaica. I would like to bring to members' attention and the public's attention that one of the first companies in the world to offer parametric insurance to customers is our very own Cineco right here in the Cayman Islands. And I think that in itself is an achievement. Additionally, Mr. Chairman, that CRIF also offers parametric insurance and is one of the first international bodies in the world to offer such insurance ahead of other countries in Europe, North America, Africa, elsewhere, right here in the Caribbean. And I just want to thank Michael Gale, who is the CEO for Cineco, for not just his foresight, but also his intelligence and his knowledge of the insurance industry. And while we ourselves have our own challenges, there's a lot of work to be done. I know you, Mr. Chairman, have spoke about setting up the Ministerial Committee to deal with insurance, and I look forward to working with you on that. But I think that's from a public standpoint. I just wanted to recognize Michael Gale and his team at Cineco for the work that they have done in expanding insurance coverage for our people and offering our people something. And so I just wanted to start on that positive note before we get into anything else. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much,
Mr. Chairman.
Member from Bordentown West. And since we're off, it's a Friday afternoon, and since we're off to such a positive start, I hope that's a sign of things to come in recognizing the excellent team and the excellent support staff we have here across the ministry. And so if we could then proceed with the questioning and we just go with each line item, and then I'm sure we will be out of here very efficiently and then on to matters that I am sure you might want to question more after me.
Mr. Chairman, first off, I want to piggyback on my colleague's contribution, and he is right to highlight the Cineco lead team for their implementation of such notable transformation of our insurance offerings. But what he will not tell you, Mr. Chairman, because he's not a man to toot his own horn, is that I recall in Cabinet, when we were in Cabinet together, the transformational, and Minister Jay, Minister Cathy, and even the Premier would probably remember, and former Premier, talking about the reform that they want to use Cineco. And I'm certain that the lead at Cineco would also agree that it was a support by him as minister, that being the member from Bordentown West, and his support to think outside the box and allow Arsenico to expand on what our former Gilbert McLean started many, many moons ago. So I just want to highlight that, and I also want to congratulate him for his input as member. That being said, Mr. Chairman, are we going to start with the revenues component, as you indicated, or no?
I don't have it in front of me, but if we can just start and go through the appropriations, it really doesn't matter which way around it goes, because whatever questions members will have, they will have. So if you could just start off until I get the statement in hand.
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. It is important that we, as the minister responsible for the financial measures and revenue measures of this administration, particularly with the historical budget that is transformative, as you categorized it, that we first understand the revenue strategy to cover the $2.5 billion budget that we are about to finalize. Maybe you might want to start off by giving us an outline specifically on what areas you intend, or this administration intend, to increase in order to facilitate the revenue projections to cover the cost of this administration.
Members of Finance Committee, I did indicate and did distribute the draft statement that would be read here at Finance Committee, and I have it. And if we could have the final statement distributed to all members. Honorable members of Finance Committee, government does not introduce revenue measures lightly. Governments by nature prefer to create conditions for growth and opportunity rather than to impose additional financial obligations. However, responsible fiscal management requires us to face realities head-on and make measured, sometimes difficult choices to protect the country's long-term financial health. In recent years, honorable members, the country has faced growing fiscal pressures from rising global inflation, increased costs of critical infrastructure needs, and the expansion of public service demands. It is against this backdrop that the government has carefully reviewed the balance between revenues and expenditures and determined that targeted, well-designed revenue adjustments are necessary to ensure the continued delivery of essential services and the sustainability of our public finances. Honourable members, before finalizing the new revenue measures, the government engaged in discussions with stakeholders, especially those in the financial services industry. We listened carefully to their feedback and made adjustments where appropriate to ensure that the measures are realistic, proportionate, and does not compromise Cayman's competitiveness as a leading international financial center. This collaborative approach reflects our governing commitment to partnership, transparency, and maintaining confidence in our fiscal and regulatory environment. Honourable members, for the upcoming budget, the government has introduced new revenue measures in 2026 and 2027. These measures are carefully designed to strengthen our fiscal position, maintain compliance with the framework for fiscal responsibility, and reduce the risk of future deficits as global economic pressures and local demands continue to rise. Honourable members, details of the revenue measures are as follows. 1. Bank and trust licenses. Increases will yield additional revenue of $1.9 million in 2026 and $3.25 million in 2027. Licensees with assets between US $1 billion and $3 billion, the annual fee increases from $1 million to $1.2 million in 2026 to $1.5 million in 2027. And licensees with assets exceeding $3 billion, the annual fee increases from $1 million to $1.5 million in 2026 and to $1.75 million in 2027. Insurance license fees will increase to yield an additional $0.7 million starting in 2026. These are as follows. A, domestic insurance licenses will increase from 9,500 to 10,450, and captive insurance license fees will increase from 10,500 to 11,550, and C, reinsurance license fees will increase from 13,500 to 14,850. Exempt company trade and business license fees will increase to yield an additional $1.17 million in 2026 and 2027, with the annual fee increasing from $800 to $12,500. 4, annual operational license fees for accounting firms will yield an additional $3.48 million in 2026 and 2027, with the license fee with firms with 6 to 10 accountants being removed. This fee was previously $20,000. B, license fees for firms with 11 to 15 accountants will increase from $40,000 to $50,000. Firms with 16 to 20 accountants, the license fee will increase from $60,000 to $75,000. Firms with 61 to 70 accountants, the fee will increase from $200,000 to $500,000. Firms with 71 to 80 accountants, the annual operational license fee will increase from $400,000 to $600,000. Firms with 81 to 90 accountants, the fee will increase from $400,000 to $700,000. Firms with 91 to 100 accountants, the fee will increase from $400,000 to $800,000. Firms with 101 to 110 accountants, the fee will increase from $400,000 to $900,000. And finally, for firms with 111 or more accountants, the annual operational license fee will increase from $400,000 to $1,200,000. 5, special economic zone trade certificates will increase to yield an additional $0.3 million in 2026 and 2027, with A, the initial application fee increasing from $123 to $500, the annual renewal fee increasing from $492 to $750, and C, amendment fees increasing from $50 to $250. 6, fund annual return or FAR filing fees will increase to yield an additional $11.1 million in 2026 and 2027, with A, mutual fund fees increasing from $300 to $450, and private fund fees increasing from $150 to $225. 7, the introduction of an annual $100 fee for exempted limited partnership and corporate service provider fees is estimated to yield an additional $4.1 million per year. 8, the introduction of virtual assets service providers fee is estimated to yield an additional $0.3 million per year. And 9, increases to registration and annual company fees are estimated to yield an additional $20.3 million commencing in 2027, with A, registration fees increasing by $100, annual fees for exempt companies increasing by $200, and C, annual fees for other companies increasing by $100. Honorable members, with respect to new revenue measures related to the legal profession, these measures are estimated to yield an additional $10.2 million in 2026 and $6.3 million in 2027. These increases are expected from the following sources. 10, practice Practicing certificate fees. A, for in-house counsel will increase from $1,000 to $2,500. B, for law firms with non-Caymanian affiliates, practicing certificate fees will increase from $2,500 to $7,500. And C, for law firms with Caymanian affiliates, fees will increase from $2,000 to $2,500. 11, the one-time admission fee for non-Caymanian attorneys will increase from $2,000 to $10,000. 12, law firm operational license fees. Firms with 6 to 25 attorneys will not change. These fees are currently at $20,000 per annum. And let me make a note there, members. That means that any firm up to 5 attorneys do not pay a license fee. B, for firms with up to Let me repeat that for the record, honorable members, and my apologies. 1 to 10 attorneys at law, nil. 11 to 15 attorneys at law, $50,000. 16 to 20 attorneys at law, $75,000. 21 to 25 attorneys at law, $200,000. 26 to 30 attorneys at law, $250,000. 31 to 40 attorneys at law, $300,000. 41 to 50 attorneys at law, $350,000. 51 to 60 attorneys at law, $400,000. 61 to 70 attorneys at law, $500,000. 71 to 80 attorneys at law, $600,000. 81 to 90 attorneys at law, $700,000. 91 to 100 attorneys at law, $800,000. 101 to 110 attorneys at law, $900,000. 111 or more attorneys at law, $1,200,000.
Mr. Chairman, not to cut you from your statement, but I know that they are sending out electronic versions of the statement, and in the interest of accuracy, maybe they might want to make the adjustments to that file before they send it to us electronically, so we can get rid of these paper copies. Yeah, thanks.
Increases in court fees are estimated to yield an additional $0.1 million per year, and 14 increases to the court's website recovery fees are estimated to yield an additional $0.1 million per year. Honorable members, with respect to the new revenue measures related to immigration, these measures are estimated to yield an additional $15.4 million in 2026 and $17.1 million in 2027. These increases are expected from the following sources: in work permit related fees. A, most administrative and amendment fees for work permit grants, continuation, and dependent additions will increase by 150 to 400%, with the standard work permit administrative fee increasing from $100 to $500. B, temporary work permits fees will increase by 150 to 200% depending upon the income band. And C, new annual and express work permit fees are going to be introduced, ranging from $100 to $300 based on the level of the mean work permit fee. In relation to permanent residence and Caymanian status fees, there will be new or increased fees for permanent residence holders, including small Roman numeral I. New dependent fees will increase from $500 to $750 per dependent per year. And 2, the annual declaration filing fee for permanent residency holders will increase from $100 to $500. Right to be Caymanian applications and grants are also going to increase. The grant for the right to be Caymanian by marriage will increase from $1,000 to $3,000, and the grant fee for the right to be Caymanian by naturalization will increase from $1,000 to $5,000. And finally, the fee for the right to be Caymanian granted by the governing cabinet will increase from $1,000 to $5,000. 17, in relation to residency certificates, the issuance fee for a residency certificate for persons of independent means will increase from $20,000 to $50,000. B, the issue fee for a certificate of permanent residence for persons of independent means will increase from $100,000 to $200,000. And C, the application for direct investment certificates will increase from $20,000 to $50,000. 18, other immigration administrative fees will also increase. Routine items such as document copies, duplicate certificates, and re-entry permits will increase by 100 to 150%. And B, business visitor permits will increase by 250 to 600% depending on the category. There will be an introduction of an annual national identification fee for the work permit holders with that is estimated to generate additional revenue of $1.5 million. 20, honorable members, there are plans to increase special economic zone fees with which are estimated to yield an additional $7 million per year. Honorable members, with respect to the new revenue measures related to stamp duty on land transfers, these measures are estimated to yield an additional $11.7 million in 2026 and $11.2 million in 2027. These increases are expected from the stamp duty rate on the sale of property of CI $2 million and above, increasing to 10%. Honorable members, the new revenue measures related to local companies control license fees for realtors and developers are expected to yield an additional $260,000 in 2026 and 2027. Real estate licenses increasing from $12,500 to $15,000, and property developer licenses increasing from $12,500 to $20,000. Please note, in respect to LCCLs, a decision has also been taken to place a moratorium on the issuance of new licenses in these categories. New revenue measures related to liquor licensing fees are estimated to yield an additional $1.6 million in 2026. These measures involve A, fees for distributors are increasing from $4,800 to $25,000. B, liquor license fees for hotels, small Roman numeral I, with 50 beds or fewer, fees are increasing from $2,000 to $5,000. 2, with 51 to 100 beds, fees are increasing from $4,800 to $10,000. Hotels with 101 to 199 beds, fees are increasing from $4,800 to $15,000. with 200 to 299 beds, liquor licensing fees are increasing from $4,800 to $17,500. Hotels with 300 to 399 beds, fees are increasing from $4,800 to $20,000. And finally, hotels with 400 plus beds, liquor licensing fees are increasing from $4,800 to $25,000. Liquor license fees for restaurants will increase for 1, those with fewer than 50 seats from $1,500 to $3,000. For restaurants with 50 to 99 seats, license fees are increasing from $1,500 to $5,000. 100 to 199 seats, fees are increasing from $1,500 to $8,000. 200 to 299 seats, fees are increasing from $1,500 to $10,000. And restaurants with 300 plus seats, liquor license fees are increasing from $1,500 to $15,000. 24, trader license fees will yield an additional $1.1 million in 2026 and 2027. These measures involved the license fee for property developers with 15 or fewer employees will increase from $750 to $10,000. The license fee for property developers with 16 or more employees will increase from $750 to $20,000. The license fee for real estate agencies with non-Caymanian agents will increase from $750 to $10,000. The license fee for self-employed local companies control license or LCCL holders will increase from $750 to $10,000, and the trader license fee for accountants, including auditors, actuaries, bookkeepers, and statisticians, will increase from $2,000 to $2,500. Finally, honorable members, motor vehicle driver license, motor vehicle charges, and private and rental vehicle licenses for non-Caymanians will increase to yield an additional $9.6 million in 2026 and 2027. These measures include A, for driver's license fees for heavy equipment and special vehicles for non-Caymanians. A, small Roman numeral I, a 3-year license will increase from $120 to $750. 2, a 5-year license will increase from $200 to $1,250, and a 10-year license will increase from $400 to $2,500. B, a driver's license for driver's licenses for motor cars and trucks up to 3 tons for non-Caymanians. I, a 3-year license will increase from $75 to $600. A 5-year license will increase from $125 to $1,000, and a 10-year license will increase from $250 to $2,000. For driver's license fees for motorcycles, both under and over 125 cc's for non-Caymanians, a 3-year license will increase from $75 to $600, and a 5-year license will increase from $125 to $1,000. For driver's license fees for trucks over 3 tons and buses up to 25 passengers for non-Caymanians, a 3-year license will increase from $120 to $750. A 5-year license will increase from $200 to $1,250, and a 10-year license will increase from $400 to $2,500. E, vehicle license fees for non-Caymanian owned private vehicles. Cars up to 2,500 cc's, the license fee will increase from $180 to $200, and for cars over 2,500 cc's, the license fee will increase from $200 to $225. F, vehicle license fees for non-Caymanian owned rental vehicles. I, Roman numeral I, for cars up to 2,500 cc's, the fee will increase from $365 to $400. For cars over 2,500 cc's, the fee will increase from $400 to $500. And for rental trucks, brackets 4,001 to 8,500 pounds, the fee will increase from $500 to $600. Vehicle license fees for non-Caymanian owned trucks and trailers. For trailers up to 2,000 pounds, the fees will increase from $50 to $75. For trailers 10,001 to 66,000 pounds, the fees will increase from $420 to $430. And for trade plate holders, the vehicle license fees will increase from $1,408 to $1,600. Honourable members, the vast majority of the new revenue measures that I just outlined are not intended to put further burden on the ordinary Caymanian. They are primarily concentrated in areas where the economic activity and the capacity to absorb such costs are strongest, in particular within the large internationally focused segments of our economy. In addition, with respect to some of the fee increases mentioned in the commerce space, there is ongoing stakeholder consultation, so they are not hard and fast and are therefore subject to some adjustments, either up or down. At the same time, honourable members, these new revenue measures are sustainable and ensure that the needs of our people are being met, that the government continues to invest in the infrastructure, healthcare, education, housing, and public safety services that directly benefit our people. Honourable members, these decisions are not about raising revenue for its own sake. They are about maintaining balance between growth and responsibility, between opportunity and sustainability. The government remains firmly committed to fiscal prudence, transparency, and fairness in everything we do. I wish to thank all honourable members for listening attentively to that very brief statement. And I now,
Mr. Chair.
Honourable Deputy Leader of the Opposition and Member for Georgetown Central.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate your outline of the government's revenue measures as I asked in respect to the first line of questioning. I first have to say that particularly when it came to the debate, we want to go through the whole debacle of lack of contribution, not from yourself, but through majority of the government in respect to the SPS and the budget. This kind of information is the stuff we would like to have heard to be able to debate. And I don't know if it was strategic not to say these things during the debate in order for us to comment on them, but we are here now. So if you would allow, Mr. Chairman, I must say this coupled with some other things that we realize as fee increases in other areas outside of these revenue measures, I must say that I am concerned that the cost of living for many Caymanians are going to go against what you have said, which are not intended to put further burden on ordinary Caymanians. But I think it's going to be quite difficult for us to stop that based on some of these fees, not all. And I want to share some of my questions that will probably be able to highlight that. I want to first start with one that I think is going to affect many Caymanians, which is the one to do with the driver's licensing. Not from the perspective of costs, because I think the legality of it, which I am very excited to hear about, which is you can charge non-Caymanians a different price than Caymanians, because we've tried this before, particularly when they come into non-Caymanians being able to fish in and Caymanians being able to fish in. So I am happy to see that AG is here and maybe can give some support to the necessary legal framework to support this approach, which I'm in agreement with, but I was always of the understanding that you couldn't discriminate from nationality perspective which I didn't agree with, but I'm happy to hear, and I would love to hear where the legal support comes from the distinguishedness of the fees, which leads me to my second point, and I'll stop there and wait for a response. Every Caymanian listening today, about time when I go get on a paper sort out now. We were talking about earlier of Caymanians having to prove that they're Caymanian. You know how many people have driver's license? Wait till they gotta go pay and they say, I don't want to pay that price. And DVDL say, well, prove you're Caymanian. I want to hear how DVDL is gonna distinguish whether you're Caymanian or not, because that's gonna be the next headache. Anyway, I'll stop there and wait to hear about the legality component before I move on to my next question.
I would call on the Honorable Minister responsible for DVDL, and he will be able to outline how this is implementable.
Mr. Chair, through you, seeing that the member has brought in the DVDL in it, we're in talks right now with the legal team on that opinion, on how do we structure that going forward. And we'll be happy to give the member his opinion. I mean, I would think that if his concerns are his concerns and he's worried about the Caymanians, the fees going up on the Caymanians, because we did say that we would not make any fees go up on Caymanians, and we did that from yesterday. And I know the question is coming back again, and we did say yesterday too that the fees will be changing. So if he's happy, once we have that opinion, we will be able to share that with him directly from the attorney chambers.
Mr. Chairman, I thank the Honourable Minister, and I understand the probably surprised to be able to have the right answers to this, but it's not coming from the perspective of the Caymanian being affected other than them having to have all of their proof that they're Caymanian. That's going to be the headache for them, not the cost. But what is important is the ability to deliver these projections, every single one of these projections. If you are not certain they can be delivered, it's going to affect the projections of the revenues with a government that already has very small margins for surplus. So every one of these better be concrete. So the question is, when is this coming into play in order for you to get the revenues that you have outlined for, my apologies, Mr. Chairman, you have I think a total of 1.1 million for trader license. No, my apologies, motor vehicles. $9.6 million worth of revenues from non-Caymanians. If you are not sure of the legality of it yet, that could be the difference of whether you have a deficit or a surplus. And when is it supposed to be implemented? Not January 1st, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Honourable Member. In regards to the implementation, can the Minister speak to his database that he made a presentation to caucus in regards to the fact that your department is already capturing nationality data?
Mr. Chair, through you, I don't exactly have the numbers directly in front of me, word for word numbers, but I can give you an average of what it was approximately. But it was around, somewhere close to around 50,000, just over 50,000 people that were not Caymanian, whether those were work permit holders, status holders, or sorry, not status holders, work permit holders that had a driver's license. And just around, I think the numbers are around somewhere around 16,000 Caymanians that had driver's license. And we have already started to break down that data of how many of those were Caymanians, how many of those are work permit holders, and we're actually in the process now of getting that legal opinion on how do we move forward with that data. So if the member is concerned about the numbers and how it works, I can tell him, I'd be happy to put it in the legal opinion back to him in writing as shortly as I have it from the Attorney General.
Mr. Chairman, I don't want to belabor this point, so I'll just say I'll wait till we can take this off air. I think the importance of what I've asked for has already been aired, and I know the minister will do everything he can to make sure he can fulfill the request for these revenues. So I'll leave it there. Minister, we can talk off air and provide it for me afterwards. Mr. Chairman, if you're okay, I can go to a different line, a different question I had on the presented fee increases. I don't want to belabor that point anymore. The minister said he'll offer. Is that okay?
Certainly.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, you highlighted a point of raising the fees for persons who are married to Caymanian. I want to categorically say today that I do not support this increase, because that increase is on the Caymanian also, because there's a partnership in a marriage. Now, granted, we have a severe problem of marriages of convenience, but I think the proposed changes by the Honourable Minister for Caymanian Employment, with the discretion being available for the Director of Work to capture these marriages of convenience, is enough. Not further deterrence of cost to families, because yes, we may not like the non-Caymanian component, but we got to start remembering there's a Caymanian on the other side of that. And that $1,000 moving from $1,000 to $3,000, that's $3,000 maybe a Caymanian who has found their partner may not be happy with. And I know when we say that, marriage, first thing they think of is marriage convenience, but there are people out there who are actually in love and found their partner that are non-Caymanian. And I think that's a direct burden on them. So just want to make it categorically clear, I do not support that. And especially considering the bill hasn't come before the House yet, it shouldn't have been considered in your revenue measures. That's my opinion. That was a comment. That wasn't a question. But here's a question. Have you spoken to the Small Business Association on the liquor licenses fees for these small restaurants and bars?
Honourable Premier.
Through you, Mr. Chair, thank you for the question. At the end of the statement, it makes reference to ongoing consultation. That's happening right now, because the category I'm concerned with the most is the lesser categories. The larger establishments, we can see by the data, should be able to afford it, but we're in consultation with the Small Business Association now. So that is still flexible.
Thank you so much for that, Premier, and that's good to hear, because you want to definitely consult. My concern then is, obviously these figures have already been calculated and put forward as a part of this budget for it to be balanced based on what we're saying, that we're projecting a $10 million surplus next year. So they're already considered. So I don't understand the still negotiating part.
So we still feel that there's room in the larger categories to offset if we have to decrease the smaller ones. So it'll still balance off.
All right, thank you. Great answer. That satisfies that question. The other question in respect to real estate. Have you spoken to the Cereba Association as the potential impacts of these stamp duty increases, and I'm assuming they're all going to come into effect in January. Have you had consultation with Cereba?
Remember, we have taken the advice from our team in the Lands and Survey Department and looked at the market data and looked at what obtained historically in what used to be called Zone A. And certainly, as you would imagine, most of us do have persons across various industries that we would consider experts in those industries, and we can feel very, very comfortable that for $2 million CI, which is around $2.5 million, that's not the market in which average Caymanians would purchase, and we feel very, very comfortable that for an asset class that has outperformed most major indexes over the last 20 years, that is Cayman Islands real estate, that on a transaction from $2 million and up, where we're moving from 7.5% to 10%, which means it's approximately a $50,000 increase on a $2 million transaction, we do not see any real material risk of these fees not being able to be sustained in the market.
Thank you. Can I just move on then to the national identification fee? I'm assuming that all of these fees outlined to be able to support this budget's request and the surpluses intended for year 1 and year 2026 and year 2022, which is year 1 and year 2 of the budget, that the fees for the national ID, which you intend to raise $1.5 million worth, is starting on January 1st, correct? Are you saying that the national ID program is going to be in place on January 1st?
The national identification as outlined as a work permit ID, and so perhaps the phraseology may not have been the most convenient. This is returning to the old work permit ID that used to exist that was discontinued years ago, not the EID.
Oh, gotcha. Okay, then that makes total sense. I take that back. So I'm assuming that there is provisions already in work for them to just print a regular ID that don't, and later on will be transitioned into the national ID. All right, yes. Thank you so much. That's good news. That means that money will come in. In respect to the practicing certificates for accountants, have you spoken to, is it SILPA? Not SILPA, SIPA.
The proposals for accountants and for lawyers have come from both associations. They were the actual architects.
Gotcha. All right, that answers that question. I'm almost done, Minister. The legality of the special economic zone trade certificate fees, I apologize. If my memory serves me well, there was an agreement for the zone trade, special economic zone, upon which they would operate with special provisions. I'm not sure if I would have agreed with them from before, but I'm happy to see that they're going to be paying their fair share. But I'm questioning the legality of it because I think they were structured under an agreement. Can you explain how we got to that?
Member, you'd be quite right. I would call on the Honorable Premier to answer the question directly. But just for historical context, these zones were started in 2010 when the economic conditions were very, very different, and we were looking to go to the UK and get a budget approved. And so the UK insisted on a wide range. In fact, the lady member from Cayman Brac East would have been in cabinet with me at the time, and she will quite clear to remember, I'm sure, those painful days of having to have negotiations with the FCO to get budgets approved. And one of the things that they insisted on was diversifying our economy beyond tourism and traditional financial services. And this is where a special economic zones concept was born. And you're quite right, member, they are contractual in nature. However, as you can imagine, those contracts are nearing completion, and so the Premier can then give the details on how this will be operationalized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you, you're absolutely correct about the historical context. Now moving forward, not only does we're in discussions and negotiation with them on the extension of the agreement for just the fees, but also different businesses that didn't exist when this was first in agreement. So as part of that overarching comprehensive discussion, they've agreed to the fee that's there. So it's two changes that will have to happen. You're right. One is contractual in their updated agreement, and then also in regs.
Thank you so much. Perfect explanation. Can I just quickly go to the tourism component? And colleagues, I know I've taken up a lot of time. I just want to make sure, because these are all the questions I have is only on the finances for my good minister. I'm concerned about the effects on the tourism product, but the fees for liquor licenses are minimal, so I'm not worried about that. But I do recall seeing that in the revenue component that the tourism accommodation charges is going to increase, our revenue is going to go up by 10%. And it's either one, the fees are going to increase there, or we're going to have a 10% increase in our tourism flights, stay-over tourism, not cruise, because this is room accommodation taxes. So I don't see anything here for the room accommodation tax increase, so I have to assume then that the projections are that the tourism product is going to increase by 10% next year, and then by 11, almost 12% the following year. Is that what that means?
So my understanding is not only is there a projected increase, but also, if I'm remembering correctly from the market data that they're getting, I'm sure you will recall, normalcy is starting to return and people are staying a little bit longer, as I understand it as well, but the minister can give his detailed explanation.
Thank you for that, Member for Georgetown Central. The tourist accommodation taxes are not being increased.
Thank you so much for that. The second part of the question is, I'm assuming that there's an intention for a very large increase in stayover as a result, because I'm just trying to understand. I was going to ask you later on, but because it's a revenue component, I'm trying to deal with it now, because our corrosive revenue, I keep on mispronouncing that, so forgive me, audience, but you're moving from 44 million to 48.8 million, call it 49 million, so that's a $5 million increase, which is over 10%, and then 49 million the following year, which is just about 11%. So if you're not increasing the fees, but your money is going up by 10, 11%, that must mean you expect more. So is that what you're saying, the projections are expected to go up by that amount?
Member from Georgetown Central also factor in the opening of the Grand Hyatt Hotel in 1GT.
Gotcha. Okay, thank you. That answers that question. I will stop there and allow some of my colleagues to ask any other relevant questions, but I'll close by saying this, Mr. Chairman. Oh, the banking fees, I didn't touch on that, but they're obvious as to what they are. I think that your intention is obviously genuine. You're hoping that this does not affect the average Caymanian, but I think that there's some of these fees on here that will touch average Caymanians and small businesses. Some of those work permit fees for small businesses, the banking fees, the banks are going to pass on those costs to the average person. I see this increase in the insurance licensing fees. Insurance fees for Caymanians are very high, but that's just a minimal cost. Even if they were to spread that across everybody, it would be minimal. But there's going to be an added cost overall, in my humble opinion, though that's, I would say most of this could be seen as won't directly hit the Caymanian, but there's a lot of these on here that, and tie that on to the increase from Water Authority, with the government's position of not trying to increase costs on the average person. I'm not sure that this fee package or tax package that you've put forward will ultimately do that, and that's just my humble opinion, but time will tell. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Member. And having been around in 2010, when we had a revenue package that made this pale in comparison, history has proven that those measures provided an economic economic and a fee revenue wave that this country has ridden on for the better part of a decade and a half, and there was minimal impact on the average Caymanian when you look at those particular measures. So I feel very confident that we're using the same approach as last time. Any other members have any questions on FED 1? Member from Georgetown West.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Pertaining to work permit fees, 15A, does that include temporary amendments and renewal amendments? It just identified work permit grants. It has amendment fee of work permit grants, but it didn't say work permit renewals or temporary amendments.
Member, can you just point me to the relevant page?
Page 6.
6. And what item are you looking at?
A, Mr. Chair.
15A.
15A.
And your specific question is whether this applies to renewal of work permits?
Renewal. It just had work permit grants, not renewal of work permits and not temporary work permits for amendment fee.
Minister of Caymanian Employment, can you assist with that very specific question?
Mr. Chair, I'm actually looking at the fee structure now, so you can give me some time to do that.
Well, the minister looks, I saw Mr. Tatum.
I have another question.
Oh.
15B, regarding temporary work permits again, will increase from 150% to 200 depending on the income band. We know that work permit fees is dependent on the titles. What is income band consist of? What does that mean? Is the criteria going to now change?
Again, I will revert to the Honourable Minister to give additional information.
To save time, I can get this in writing if you choose to, but I have one last question. 16B, right to be Caymanian. The fees that are impacted are through marriage, naturalization, and governor and cabinet. So am I to conclude that the right to be Caymanian through descendant and the right to be Caymanian through a surviving spouse and continuation will not be impacted by these fees?
In the interest of time, those are very specific questions. Could we agree as a committee that we have not heard from the ministers yet, and we could have him make note of those and provide those in writing, and when he appears before the committee?
I'm fine with that. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you for consideration. Mr. Member for Red Bay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I just want to go on record with my colleague in terms of the concern of such huge increases to the fees for right to be Caymanian through marriage. I'm also concerned with that. I share the concern also on the driver's license aspect, because as I read it and I looked at my own driver's license, I had nothing on there that said that I was Caymanian. So I was pondering how would DVDL do that? I'm hearing now that there's a database with some 50,000 individuals who are identified as being Caymanians. Just curious as to what the source of that is, of this database, and how can we be sure that the individuals in there are actually Caymanians?
That category were non-Caymanian, and therefore they're broken out between work permits and permanent residents. Was the 50,000, not Caymanian. It was the other way around. And so, as I understand it, based on the presentation by the technical staff from the ministry at caucus, they were able to generate a report built on their database of information that they've been capturing. And so obviously one of the things that caught our attention is the fact that perhaps we need to see what sort of, within the confines of our legal framework, data sharing might be able to exist, because I think all of us, and even the minister, were a bit surprised at the level of detail that that department had been capturing over the years.
So, Mr. Chair, just make sure I understand. So if I show up to renew my driver's license as a Caymanian, they will vet that I am not on this list of non-Caymanians, so to speak, and I use that.
As I understand it, yes.
All right, thank you. If there's more information coming at some point, we'll be happy to receive that. So thank you, because it is slightly confusing. Thank you.
So members, are there any further questions on FED 1?
Yeah.
Member for Bordentown West, Mr. Saunders.
Mr. Chairman, I'm going to tell you right now, you will get no argument from me in terms of raising the fees on the bank and trust license. The only problem I have, Mr. Chairman, the fee is too low. No. Colleagues, here is the problem I have with this, and I've said this before, and these numbers, does the Class A banks with a physical real estate place, position or whatever, real estate space, as per SEMA, in 2024, generated $986 million in revenue and $752 million in profit. And so an additional 1.9 million out of $752 million profit is nothing. And then an additional 3.25 million, again, of 752 million is nothing. I think, Mr. Chairman and colleagues, we need to look at ways of also incentivizing Caymanian employment. And I'll give you an example. If you look at the labor force survey for 2009, we had a total of 33,917 people employed across Cayman. Of that, financial services employed 3,185. At 2024, the total labor force went up to 59,393. And the total amount of people employed in financial services is 3,916. So the labor force went up by 25,476. But the financial services only employed an additional 731 persons. And while I'm at that, Mr. Chairman, for the listening public and members who like to complain about government, back in 2009, the total government, again, this is as per ESO's labor force survey, was 5,050. And despite the rise in the population, central government went down to 4,214. So in the same time, while the population was growing and people are complaining about the size of government, this core civil service actually went down from where it was in 2009 as per this ESO report. And the part that really triggered this thinking, Mr. Chairman, is on page 3 in section 4 that deals with the annual operating license for accounting firms. I'm not going to get into the numbers, but here's the principle of it. And Mr. Chairman, you would have recognized this, that we brought in or we introduced local audit sign-off that made a ton load of accountants filthy rich overnight. Very rich. Yeah, very richer. But equally, Mr. Chairman, those very same accounting firms turn around and start outsourcing a lot of work that should be done in Cayman to jurisdictions with cheaper employees. So we can't be sitting down here having people at the top becoming very rich, and the jobs where the banks and the financial services and the accounting firms that were the middle class jobs are basically being shipped out of this country. You, Mr. Chairman, would have known the entire fund industry for fund accountants was literally wiped out because these guys chose to go to cheaper jurisdictions. We have the same now with banks, where they're making a ton load of money in Cayman, but the jobs are being done elsewhere. You can't even get a customer service to answer somebody, or even answer a phone in Cayman. But yet you're going to make hundreds of millions of dollars in profit, and the Caymanian people can't get. So my proposal, Mr. Chairman, going back to the banks, rather than look at the assets, I would base it on revenues. The more money you make is the more you give back, and then you start putting certain rebates that based on your percentage of Caymanian employees, based on your percentage of work that you have as an organization that's been generated in Cayman, we then give you back some rebates. So you encourage people to go and employ Caymanians. And the same has got to be done for accounting firms. The government hires a lot of accounting firms, and they win these bids. The partner comes in and he presents, and the team presents, but then the job is being sent to other countries around the world. We are taking taxpayers' money, thinking that we're representing a Caymanian company, and the money is basically going straight through the back door. So what I would suggest, I'm going to tell you right now, the one thing, Mr. Chairman, that you may not have picked up in your budget, and I've said it before, and I'll say it to remind the people, this is one of the first budgets outside of when I was there where we have positive jaws, where the percentage increase in revenues are greater than the percentage increase in expenses. That in itself is something that is actually pretty good, because, colleagues, I can tell you, the day when that number goes the other way around, your country is heading in the wrong direction. So this overall is a positive step, and like I said, there are a few adjustments we need to make. But at the end of the day, we need to also incentivize people. So I would tell you, put a fee on them that they will feel, and then incentivize them to go hire Caymanians and pay them well. But outside of that, I can tell you, we still need to come back, as you said, rebuild back the middle class. And the jobs that rebuild the middle class are the very areas where we're taxing, and we need to find the carrot and the stick to get our people employed and get them paying really well. But I can tell you, for the banks, 1.9 million extra and 752 million US dollars of profit, I'm sorry. They need to be paying more, and we need to structure this a little bit more creatively and then offer them some rebate. That's my 2 cents with it. But like I said, we need to charge them more.
I recognize the Honorable Premier.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Chair. The member for Bodden Town West is correct. So to give you some background, because I was going to pick up this point when the member for Georgetown Central mentioned that this could get passed on to the consumer. I don't see how. We were in complete consultation with the Bankers Association to say, based on your balance sheet, you could clearly afford this. So I cannot see under any circumstance, if we find out this now gets passed on to the consumer, we're going to have some heavier measures. In addition to that, there's an existing live issue now with one of the Class A banks that's centralizing, and Caymanians are losing jobs. I've called the management this morning and I say, I urge you to reconsider this. I understand automation. The member for Bodden Town East talked about Amazon. It's happening all over the world, but you have to be able, with your resources, to figure out how you could reintegrate them back into the operation somehow. And if that cannot be done, to work with us of how we're going to place them and give them extensive severance packages. It cannot be acceptable to put people out the door in 2 weeks with the balance sheets that you have. This set of fees, they said, okay, you say it's short notice, we'll help you stagger it over a couple of years, because there's something missing off of the statement that it also goes up again in 2028. But in the meantime, I'd be happy to work with you for other ways in which to generate revenue from them. Because remember, after the last meeting, we talked about the exchange rate.
Foreign exchange, I was just about to say the foreign exchange
So
rate.
let's work together in 2026, because this is just the opening salvo. We have a revenue gap to close, but there's other ways in which we can incentivize one, employment and real substance here, and at the same time generate other revenues.
Thank you very much, Premier, and I look forward to working with you on that one.
Members, at this stage, we're approximately 6 months in, and as the Premier said, whilst the fee increases are not going to be satisfactory in form or structure across the board, we are committed to looking at these in different ways that have not been in the past. I think for this budget, this is where we're at. This is what we're recommending to the committee. But we do have our commitment that this is another area that we will look at and see if there's some additional areas that, that we need to look at, and some different structures. But as of right now, we have to get an appropriations bill in place by December 31st, 2025, so that we can legally spend come the stroke of midnight. But the point taken, member from Bordentown West, that yes, we do have to look more creatively and have those carrot and stick and incentivized certain other behaviors that we want to, and try to ensure that we keep as much employment, which also creates yet additional revenues for government, on the table and in Cayman. So you have our commitment that that is an area that we are going to be seriously looking at, because the work has to get done, and we have to have some consultation around things that will be new, but we need to be very, very clear and strategic. You're quite right. I can remember when I was a freshman legislator, us being told that we were going to chase away every hedge fund in Cayman when we rolled out the local auditor sign-off rule. We have brought into Cayman more of the top 20 networks that were never here and had no presence, purely because they wanted to have a presence and be able to say they could provide audit services to our hedge fund industry. And it goes to show that whilst we have to consult, government also has to have its own internal capacity to make decisions that we believe will be achievable and achieve our goal. And at this point, it is to fund the government, but as the Premier has said, we understand that we need to create from 28 onward additional surpluses so that we actually can start to really save money for a rainy day in this country, in addition to having access to other products that protect us not only in times of emergency, but in just in normal times, and what this country's balance sheet should look like. So we're completely on all fours with that, and we will be rolling out some additional work in that area.
Actually, the one on all fours, Mr. Chairman. But I tell you, what I am encouraged with, Mr. Chairman, well, he said it wasn't me. I tell you what I'm encouraged, Mr. Chairman, and I can say this from knowing you as an individual. It is not the commitment or that I need, or the public needs, I should say. It's more the political will. And so far, I think you have demonstrated the political will to make some hard decisions, because this in itself is a very hard decision to make. So I give you props for that. And I look forward in that regard to exercising further political will from other members in this House who's really serious about turning around the finances of this country. But it needs to be done. Thank you.
Thank you, member. Are there any other further questions on
Mr. Chairman?
Mr. McTaggart.
I did have one question, sir, but sort of unrelated to what we were discussing here. I just wondered if I could go ahead and ask. I was looking at the coercive revenue sheet in relation to these things. Something really jumped out at me, Mr. Chairman, and that is our estimates for gasoline diesel duty. You're forecasting 18 million for this year, and then all of a sudden in next year and the year after, it drops down to about a 12.5 million. That's about a 25% drop, 25% drop. I'm just curious what could be driving that kind of a decrease.
Member, if you would allow us to get that answer for you, because that is a good point. There will be some detailed information that came up from the agency that gave us that information, and we will provide that in writing, and I commit to getting that to you.
That's fine, sir. Not a problem.
Mr. Chairman, can I just bring the members up to speed with the work permit related fees?
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, sir. The number 15, in relation to the work permit fees, we are increasing the grants and temps. I know the question was asked if we were increasing one or both. We are increasing both.
Mr. Chair, I had asked for temps and renewals. Grants I saw. Okay. I was looking for renewals.
Okay, I'll get that as well. On B, it was a temporary work permit fees. We have created several bands. Work permit fee application from permit fees that are 0 to 2,100. The current rate for those that we're charging is $100. We're going up to, in 2026, we're increasing that by $150, which is a 50% increase. The work permit application fee from $2,101 to $10,400. The current fee renewal is $100. We're going up to $250, which is 150%. And the work permit fee application from $10,401 to $32,400. The current fee is $100. We're going up to $500, which is 400%.
Mr. Chair, through you, so is it still based on the titles and the industry, not the income band?
It's based on the work permit. Right.
Fee band. Yeah,
the fee. It's based on the actual fee for that work permit.
Okay, that income band, so
yes.
I was confused there. Okay, anything on 16B, section 28?
I know there was another question that you would ask in regards of the grant for right to be the right of dissent.
Yes.
That fee is currently $1,000. Caucus have decided to remove that fee. So that fee is now, as of January 1st, that fee will be $0.
And the surviving spouse of a Caymanian under section 28?
I will get that for you. I didn't ask that question to my CO, but I will get that.
Thanks, Minister. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, members. So, members, I take it we can move to have, pursuant to section Standing Order 83.3, to have FED1, Policy Advice, Governance and Ministerial Support Services, in the amounts of $4,529,299 in 2026 and $4,201,043 in 2027, added to approved to form part of the schedule. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, no. FED 4, preparation and publication of statistical and economic reports. Are there any questions? If not, I move that pursuant to the same standing order 83.3, that FED 4, preparation and publication of statistical and economic reports in the amounts of $3,007,068 in 2026 and $2,767,211 in 2027 do form part of the bill. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, no. FED 5, financial reporting and management services. Member from Georgetown East.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I'm assuming this is the right area to ask this, but I wanted to ask a question with regard to the new budgeting system that I believe the ministry is working on, and hopefully just ask you for an update on where we are with it at this point in time.
Can you just repeat that?
The new budgeting system or budgeting that was being developed or acquired.
So members, we've made significant progress with this project. We've developed the comprehensive framework that sets out the systematic and structured approach to financial planning, resource allocation, and performance monitoring. Late last year and earlier this year, all government agencies, including statutory authorities and government companies, attended workshops to develop their service inventories and key performance measures, or KPIs. These KPIs will track progress towards the achievements of outcomes. We're currently in the process of reviewing the Public Management and Finance Act to make amendments to allow for the focus on outcomes and to promote greater transparency and accountability to how funds are actually spent. And so the project is well underway, and we were hoping that by next year we'll be able to bring legislation to the Parliament to be able to be in line with outcome-based budgeting by the next cycle.
Thank you for that. So then the first opportunity we'll really have to see it, then it's going to be 2028, 2029 budget periods.
Yes.
Okay. I appreciate that. And is this, whatever it is you're requiring, is this an off-the-shelf product, or is it something that's been developed specifically by or for the ministry and for government?
Whilst at this stage, it has nothing off the shelf has been identified. From where we sit now, it will have to wind up being a bespoke system for us to cater to our needs and how we build out our system. And then obviously it will be driven, a key driver in terms of the budget process and making that a heck of a lot more efficient.
Okay, thank you, sir. So the size of these documents will shrink down maybe a little bit?
That's the plan.
That'd be great, sir. Nothing further from me right now.
Leader member for Cayman East.
I was just catching your eye, Mr. Chair, to let you know that I'm going to be leaving. I'll catch a flight. I have a 9 o'clock funeral to attend on the BRAC tomorrow morning, and the first flight for Cayman Airways would not allow me to get there in time.
Certainly hope you have safe travels, and of course, we pray for the family, who are bereaved family. So members, if there are no further questions on FED 5, Financial Reporting and Management Services, I move that pursuant to Standing Order 833, that I put the question as to whether honorable members approve $7,675,480 for 2026, $8,295,866 in 2027, and to approve that the item on the schedule to form part of the bill. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those against, no. The ayes have it. CIN 1, health insurance for seamen and veterans for primary and secondary health care. If there are no questions,
Mr. Chairman, is there any intention, actually it's for Minister Isaac, I apologize, I'll wait till he comes, sorry.
Okay. So pursuant to Standing Order 833-3, I put the question that honorable members approve CIN 1 health insurance for seamen and veterans for primary and secondary health care in the amounts of $18,813,384 in 2026, $19,906,416 in 2027 on the schedule to form part of the bill. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those against, the ayes have it.
Mr. Chairman.
Honorable Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you. I beg your indulgence as the lady member for Cayman East has to leave. We're wondering if you would be able to go to the line item BO10, borrowing. Depends on which one you have.
Those members have questions between the...
Yes, but because
okay.
she wants, because she's...
Absolutely.
It's a major item, and I would prefer if she's here for that.
Honorable members, BO10, borrowings. 2026, $124 million. 2027, $112,000. Are there any questions?
Chairman, for the record.
Million.
Yes, please. I think you should read that into the record one more time, because I don't want the mistaken amount of money that the government is intend to borrow. So can you repeat the line item again, please?
Mr. Bryan, I will repeat it when I'm going to take the vote. That's the most important time. That's when we approve it. Are there any questions? BO10, borrowings.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman.
Honorable Leader of the Opposition.
Certainly. During your debate, you said that the borrowings would be would be drawn down only if needed. But can you say whether or not there are project specific, or if there are specific projects that these borrowings have been identified for?
So the short answer is no. The longer answer is that in Q1, we are going to undertake the review that caused a little bit of what we would call a kerfuffle yesterday when we were looking at the entire public sector and cash and how we stage cash and the cash movements across the entire public sector. And so we are going to undertake to do that work. We understand that the PA law, or Public Authorities Act, would necessarily need to be changed. However, given the fact that in Q1 is when we are extremely cash rich, we believe that we'll have the flexibility to get that review done and bring any changes we may need should we see a capacity to manage cash differently to avoid interest costs as long as we as long as possible. So that's what I meant by that statement. Was it to run in tandem with the point that was made by the member from Bordentown West?
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, am I right in my thought process that at a later date, you would be bringing a resolution to a finance committee for the borrowing, or is the resolution today? I'm trying to.
This
is the
would
resolution.
provide the authority. As always, the appropriations give the authority for the borrowing. Any resolution would be something that happens outside of this. So, for example, mention was made of what is government doing about government accommodations. Let's just say a private office building comes up for sale that was not anticipated in this bill, and we in the government believe that that was a good deal. We would then have to come with that as a specific Section 12 appropriation with a specific resolution to borrow to secure that building, for example. Mr. McTaggart, member for Bordentown.
Thank you.
Georgetown East.
One question from me, sir. Can you confirm that, I think you said it when you first presented the budget, that can you confirm that none of this money that we're approving to borrow will be used to spend on recurring expenditures?
Absolutely not.
And when we say recurring expenditures, it doesn't mean specifically, because I'm just thinking about our audiences, has nothing to do with operational expenses.
Nothing to do with OPEX, no operational expense.
So the civil servants will continue to be paid and the country will still run without these borrowings, correct?
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Member from Bordentown West.
Mr. Chairman, I just want to clear something for the record. I think it's important to say that the borrowing would not be used to fund core government operations, but some of this borrowing does include equity injection into statutory authorities, and in some of those cases, those statutory authorities need that equity injection for their operations. So I think as we are going through the discipline of finance, and this is why the review of those statutory authorities are important, is that some of them would have a going concern issue if not for central government. Thus the reason why I raised the point of central government being the lender of last resort for everyone, having the burden of FFR, and then the SAGCs carrying just as much cash again too. So I think as we're going through this exercise, I think it's important to recognize, or at least make sure, that when we really strengthen government financial position, and when we say it does not include recurrent or operational expenses, it also extends to the SAGCs, who are also cash strapped to some extent. So again, I look forward to working with you on that exercise.
Hence the reason it's so important for us to conduct that review, because Mr. Bryan, believe it or not, this has been a hidden element. Because no, I saw you perk up. So I'm speaking to you now, not the member from Bordentown West, because the two of us are already on like minds on this point. Please bear in mind, before we get too carried away, that this has been a common practice for decades in our country. Equity injections have sometimes been facilitated by borrowings. That has happened. Right now, we drew down in this financial year a $150 million facility. We did come to this Parliament with certain Section 12s for some cash-strapped entities like Cayman Airways and the Cayman Islands Turtle Farm or Turtle Center.
Mr. Chairman, I think I'm reasonably new and I'm continuing to learn in this role as an MP. I was blessed by the good people of this country to be given the opportunity to be a minister for 4 years. And you correct me if I am wrong, but it's not proper practice to be using borrowings for operational cost. Am I correct?
The core government is not using borrowings for operational cost.
Well, being a member of PAC now, and in the opposition, I don't know how I'm going to be able to distinguish that. I know the Auditor General is probably watching these proceedings today. And I'm not suggesting because it happened in our administration too. By all means, I'm not trying to shy away from this reality. But we are technically, if we want to get down to the nitty-gritty of it, we're technically using borrowings for operations.
In this instance, we're not. If you look at the EPS still produces a $6 million surplus. What Mr. The member from Bordentown West was alerting us to is should we fall below that, then technically these monies would have to be used. So if the EPS, if the entire public sector fell into deficit, but as it stands with our projections, we're $11 and $37 million respectively. The cumulative losses of the SAGCs are incorporated, and we still produce an EPS surplus.
And just for the listening audience, 'cause I like to learn with my people, EPS is the entire public sector, meaning government, civil service, government-owned companies, Turtle Farm, Cayman Airways, all the authorities, all of it together. Sorry,
When the EPS produces a deficit, we are definitively having borrowings fund SAGCs. Any further questions? If not, I would put pursuant to section 83(3).
Sorry, Mr. Chairman, just curious. In terms of the borrowings itself, are we looking to do the traditional banks, or are we looking at doing a bond?
So wrapped up in the entire exercise that I've alluded to is to look at the structure of all of our debt.
Fair enough. I just wanted to double check. Thanks.
Yes. No further questions. Pursuant to Standing Order 83.3, I move that BO10 borrowings in the amount of $124 million in 2026 and $112 million in 2027 on the schedule form part of the bill. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those against, no. The ayes have it.
Mr. Chairman, could we get a division, please?
Madam Clerk.
Honorable Andre Ebanks.
Aye.
Honorable Gary Raddy.
Aye.
Honorable Catherine Ebanks Wilkes. Aye. Honorable Johani Ebanks.
Aye.
Honorable Isaac Rankin.
Aye.
Honorable Nicholas DaCosta.
Aye.
Honorable Wayne Panton.
Aye.
Ms. Heather Barden.
Aye.
Mrs. Julie Hunter.
Aye.
Honorable Michael Miles.
Aye.
Honorable Joseph Hugh.
Abstain.
Honorable Kenneth Bryan.
Abstain.
Honorable Perlina McGraw-Lumsden.
Abstain.
Honorable Juliana O'Connor-Connolly. Abstention? You abstain? Yes, thank you. Mr. Royston Tatum. Roy Tatum, sorry.
Roy works, man. Roy works. Abstain.
Mr. Roy McTaggart.
Abstain.
Mr. Dwayne Seymour. Absent. Mr. Christopher Saunders.
Aye.
17, 18? Yeah, 19.
Members, results of the division, 11 ayes, 6 abstentions, 1 absent. The item is
Thank you, Mr.
passed
Chairman.
and stands part of the bill. DVB 4. Members, since there seems to not be any further questions, can we do a block vote from DVB 4 for the rest of the ministry?
No, 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 no. Oh, no. Oh, no. Mr. Chairman, I can tell you right now, I have questions for the famous off-reg. And, Mr. Chairman, I'm going to tell you up front. First of all, I'm going to say this publicly. The acting CEO needs to be confirmed to his position. He's been acting for too long. I can also say that every issue that I've had that I've raised with him, he have dealt with. So there are other issues out there with off-reg, and a lot of it is both from a legislation standpoint and a regulatory standpoint in terms of more teeth being needed. But the issue that I want to raise here today deals with the national security of this country, in particular telecommunications and the, sorry, I almost got carried away in terms of the choice of language, the poor, yeah, sorry, this slipped sometime.
Nothing unparliamentary.
Yeah, the poor service by flow. Mr. Chairman, it works in Cayman Brack? Hold on, Mr. Chairman, we had this issue, I think maybe 10 years ago, with regards to 911, where we wanted to make sure that we had local connections by everybody. But there are too much service, especially critical services, that should be based in Cayman, that is not based in Cayman, and the poor service now is beginning to show. I mean, you can hear it when your phone rings, you can hear the literal dial tone change. You know it's going someplace it's not supposed to go. It's not local. You can't, good luck even trying to call somebody there to even try to fix a problem. So the question I have to Mr. Chairman, through you to the, well, you're the minister, I guess you're going to want, yeah, I'm your acting CEO for that, is what percentage of services, not just Flow, but Digicel and all the other providers, what level of their service is based here in the Cayman Islands? And we're not dependent on what is going on in other countries, because Jamaica got hit and we're now suffering. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Member. Member, can you give an indication, the questions that you're going to ask, are they mainly technical in nature?
This one is definitely, well, this one is technical in nature.
Okay. So I would ask the acting CEO if he could assist with these questions that would be technical in nature, and for the benefit of the listening public and anyone who actually accesses the appropriation bill, the output group that we're referring to are all those coded URC. I would invite the acting CEO to respond, and before responding for the first time, if he could please state his name and position for the record.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Sanjay Miles. I am the interim CEO for the Utility Regulation and Competition Office. Through you, Mr. Chairman, to the Honourable Minister for, or Member for Bordentown West, I believe. Maintaining an unbiased position as a regulator, and I will say as much as the work that the office is currently undertaking in light of some of the recent degradation in service provision. We have 3 investigations ongoing. We have made certain representation to our Honorable Minister and our Chief Officer of things to come. So without going into too much detail, I'll say as much as the office's primary responsibility is to protect the consumers of this country. All of the representatives within these halls are consumers. The average Joe on the street is a consumer. The business community are consumers. It is our responsibility to make sure that the services provided are not dependent on any network elements that are domiciled outside of this jurisdiction. Redundancy in other jurisdictions is fine, but if a tree falls in another country, it should not affect your ability to make a call here. If someone steals copper cables in another country, it should not affect your ability to make calls here. And these are some of the things we're looking at. So the most recent issues raise concerns with respect to compliance with existing license obligations. It raises the need for increased obligations or increased restrictions on certain licensees. And it also creates an opportunity for additional legislative enactments, promulgation of new legislation or provisions so that these issues that were unforeseen are protected against and mitigated against going forward, all in order to protect the interests of the Caymanian people. And when I say the Caymanian people, I also speak to the socioeconomic interests of the country, because as you'll appreciate, in a financial jurisdiction, communications or the ability to communicate locally and offshore is vital. And if those who are interested in moving to or remaining within jurisdiction are not confident with the quality of telecommunication service, we have failed. And it is not my interest to have the Cayman Islands fail by any measure.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Through Mr. Chairman to the interim CEO. Are there any actions or any initiatives being taken to ensure that the critical equipment, because at the end of the day, you can't regulate something that's not here, but something that's needed to be here? That's a key component. Are there initiatives or anything being undertaken to ensure that the critical infrastructure that needs to run our telecoms infrastructure is located here in the Cayman Islands?
Mr. Miles.
Through you, Mr. Chair. Yes, sir, there are. I think it would be inappropriate for me to go into too much detail right now because of the process, but I'll say as much as there are certain provisions in the existing legislation which allow us or allow certain license amendments to be made unilaterally, and that is a provision that we're considering leveraging in the short term.
Thank you very much, Mr. Miles. And I'll have one last question before I give to others an opportunity. Now, part of your legislation deals with consumer protection. It's one of the very few that actually details consumer protection. I've seen in some cases where, in other countries, where a company or an entity has not provided the service that they are supposed to provide, that there's a refund given to customers. Now, I take something like broadband, for example, where Cayman is one of the most expensive places on this planet with regards to broadband costs. When people are paying for a certain speed and you can't get that speed, and I understand time of day and toggling and all that kind of stuff, the question is, when these infrastructure fail and a customer has paid money and has not received that service, at a minimum, I think some of these entities need to just say, you know what, there's a rebate of $25, $50, $100 across the board to the customers, because at the end of the day, you can't have people making all of this money on the backs of Caymanians and then not delivering the service that Caymanians have paid for. So I've seen where in some cases where entities have been fined, but at the end of the day, the customer still took their hard-earned money. So what I'm going to say is that your fine should be increased to the point where you can refund the customers that are affected who have paid their hard-earned money for service that they have not received.
Mr. Miles.
Through you, Mr. Chair. The members may recall that I think it was in June, the office issued a public statement. Within that statement, a significant comment was that consumers should not be made to pay for services they do not receive. That was not a one-off comment. We made the comment, and we've done work to establish a set of draft provisions that will realize our desires to not have consumers pay for service they do not receive. Subject to consultation with the Honourable Minister, we hope to publish a very robust set of consumer protection regulations, which will include provisions. I won't go into detail because it's not public yet, but will include provisions that will have the aim of protecting consumers, ensuring transparency with respect to communications with consumers, ensuring certain billing practices are adhered to, and there's a slew of other things. So I'll end with, we're working on it.
Mr. Chairman.
Member for Georgetown Central.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I also want to second the position my colleague highlighted about it's time to confirm our acting director for OFREG. Strong, capable Caymanian grassroots, built his way up, and I'm proud of him. He was my schoolmate. And I'm not saying it because he was my schoolmate, but because he's deserving. He's done everything from when I was minister in request to information and capabilities and development and the new path forward. So I really hope that those that have the power, Minister J, ensure that that is confirmed. With that being said, the Minister of Finance. Oh yeah, I forgot, I switched over. Minister of Finance, that's to you. With that being said, there is one thing that has been troubling me, which is, before I say that, ask that question, I hear some people shouting at flow. So if we're in here willing to downgrade some places, I would like to go on record to say that I am very happy with Flow's service, and they've been with this country for many, many years. And they may have 1-2 problems, but I know that they're working with OFREG to resolve those problems. So as we're quick to shout up certain names, they got to shout out the other ones too. So I stand with Flow, and we're going to flow together. Anyway, that being said, let's move on to the unfortunate circumstances of the case lost in court by another provider based on the government's ability to collect fees. How does that now affect other providers from paying what the law was collecting, or the entity was collecting on behalf of the people? And how does it affect the finances projections?
Member, that item is sub judice, as government is filing an appeal.
Well, they haven't filed the appeal yet.
Yes, we have.
Oh, you have?
So
okay, all right, I'll stop there. Thank you so much, Chairman. I didn't know that. In that respect, then, I have no more questions from my good friend. I do have some other ones, but I knew my colleague gave me way specifically for Sanji. I can keep on going? For OFREG? No, that was the, hold on, let me see.
No, man, nothing OFREG.
No, I have some other questions, but not for OFREG.
Yeah, no other questions.
Okay.
One more.
One of the things, through Mr. Chairman, one of the things that I've always liked about the CUC contract, although some people may not like me for saying that, is the RCAM provision that CUC has, where they get a return based on their investment. Is OFREG considering using a similar approach for other telecoms companies? And the reason why I ask that is this, is that we have telecom providers here with outdated, old technology, making a ton load of money, and the amount of money that they make is actually on the OFREG website. People can go look it up. But yet they're not making the capital investment that is required. So you're talking about people who are basically making a lot of money, and in some cases where assets could have even been paid off already. So we need to make sure that the Cayman Islands stay on top of the latest when it comes on to technology. So what incentive is there to ensure that the telecom providers actually make the necessary capital investment to ensure that the Caymanian people and the Cayman Islands stay on top with regards to the latest in telecoms, in telecommunications?
Mr. Miles.
Through you, Mr. Chair, if I'm understanding the question is really what incentives are in place or to be established to ensure investment in utilities development.
Correct.
So there are two main utility generation providers, CUC and Island Energy. The license for CUC is what it is. However, we are currently flirting with the possibility of discussions to amend and update the license as necessary, and that is a matter for my board.
Sorry, no, CUC I'm talking about the telecoms industry, where we need for them to make the necessary capital investment to ensure that we stay on top of cutting-edge technology.
Mr. Miles?
In the telecoms industry, well, based on our legislation, the regulator has an obligation to facilitate investment and development and innovation. We do that by consultation and policy development, and after this, following discussions with the various licensees and industry as a whole, obviously being cued by any national policy that might be handed down. Telecommunications, being a fast-paced industry, tends to innovate itself based on the advancements in technology and consumer demand. So the rollout of 5G locally was spurred by both consumer demand, consumers wanting what they understand to be an advanced level of telecommunication service, and the industry globally promoting and advancing 5G service. This is the way that regulators globally manage the sector. What is the new age technology? What serves consumers best? And should we allow it to be established and rolled out locally? We're talking about 5G. 6G is on the horizon. I'll go as much as say, because it was approved yesterday, I'm proud to say that yesterday the ORCO board approved a license for Starlink. So we will be having wireless communication services roll out in the country, hopefully very soon, different than the terrestrial types of services. So these things are typically led by industry and facilitated by the organization, by the regulator, depending on what the needs and benefits of the country are. The Honourable Premier mentioned or alluded to earlier, I think it is the digital strategy team or community that's been established. So at some point we will be engaging and provide our input and receive understanding from industry as to what the business and the consumers need, so that we can promulgate the necessary policy to bring that, to realize those things and bring the benefits to fruition.
Thank you very much for that. And I'm glad you mentioned that, because this creates exactly the issue that I was afraid of, in the sense of, again, the telecoms industry created or provided good, decent, middle-class paying jobs. And by these companies now not staying current, you're now going to find another dominant player is going to come in with far superior technology. And if you look at their footprint in terms of the amount of people that they will end up employing locally, it will pale in compared to what it was before. And once again, there's a strong possibility that good paying jobs that were once available in Cayman is now going elsewhere.
And remember that in general terms can be a risk. If you're speaking directly to Starlink and what their niche market is and what their cost is versus the general market, though, I'm not feeling very threatened about that at this stage, because I mean, given the markets that it really concentrates on. But the general point you're making, I take wholeheartedly, because certainly as technology is changing very rapidly, we certainly don't know what tomorrow may bring, with AI, bandwidth being what it is, and how new age technology is able to access be accessible once you have a connection to the internet, and what could a new service provider look like, not just because the fact is 25 years ago, the industry looked completely different. And so you're quite right, we do need to stay on top of things and ensure that as new technologies come, we put the regulatory framework in place that best serves the community. But at the same time, the consumer will also drive, as the regulator said, certain demands in the marketplace. So there is going to be a balance to be struck going forward.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My last comment then, going back again to the CUC model of using the RCAM, is OFREG looking at ensuring that, especially telecoms companies, that their profit be driven as a percentage of their investment? Because that's one thing the CUC, like, the more you invest, the more you make. In this situation, we have the inverse, where the less they invest, the more they make. So are you guys looking at something like that to incentivize people to actually make the investment? Because what we don't want is people to make whopping profits on old, outdated machinery or equipment that they have basically already paid off for 20 times, and we're now suffering a bad service.
Mr. Miles?
Through you, Mr. Chair. Without getting into specifics, we are working on updating our regulatory framework, and considerations, as you've suggested, are on the list of things to be evaluated.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Bryan?
Before we went into the OFREG situation, I don't have any questions for the director, acting director, soon to be full-time director. But I do have some other questions, and I know that you want to kind of summarize those. So if you want me to quickly throw my questions and switch the model a little quick. Yes. OFREG is fine with me. I'm done.
Well, I would much rather take the items then that we're completed, so that public servants can be free to, to leave.
Well, I guess you have to ask the other colleagues. I don't want to assume they don't have any other questions on those.
Any other OFREG? Okay. So, honorable members, pursuant to Standing Order 833, I put the question as to whether to approve the following items on the schedule to form a part of the bill. DVB 4, Administration of Lending Activities, $605,043 in 2026, $605,043 in 2027. URC 1, Drafting Instructions for the Development of Legislation and Policy Advice, $74,289 in 2026, $74,289 in 2027. URC 6, Regional and International Representation, $50,000 in 2026, $50,000 in 2027. URC 7, National Cybersecurity Initiatives, $200,000 in 2026, $200,000 in 2027. URC 10, Monitoring and Controlling the Storage, Handling, Quality, and Mensuration of Fuel Products, $1,042,000 in 2026, $1,042,000 in 2027. URC 11, Economic Regulations, Monitoring and Directing the Fuel Sector and Relevant Market, $610,293 in 2026, $610,293 in 2027. URC 12, Management of the Cayman Islands Internet Domain and Verification of ICC License Fees, $33,418 in 2026, $33,418 in 2027. Those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those against, no. The ayes have it. Those output groups on the schedule now stand part of the bill.
Mr. Chairman, did you pass?
I would add EI 95 to that also, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah. It's for OFREG as well.
Pursuant to Standing Order 833, I put the question as to whether honorable members approve item to the schedule to the bill described as EI 95 Utility Regulation and Competition Office 120,000 in 2026, 0 in 2027. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, no. The ayes have it.
Mr. Chairman, I think you probably already took the vote for DVB 4.
I did.
That's exactly what I'm about to do now. In light of us passing that, and you want to complete the whole circle and let the staff for that to go, I have a question about it that I'll just, if you are okay to go to EI4.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I am a bit confused. I was looking through the budget for this area. In the last year, the budget for that was $1 million, but now it's moving down to $500,000. And the operational cost or operations administration of the lending activities have not changed in support and costing. So one would assume that much of the same will stay the same. But in light of the fact that Cayman Islands Development Bank is the last standing Cayman-owned bank, well, it's a government bank, so maybe I need to correct that statement, but one that is ultimately charged specifically with the outcome. Matter of fact, let me remind what policy it's related to. Related to a broad outcome, a diversified, resilient economy that supports prosperity and innovation. Supports. I don't know how much support you're going to get with $500,000. What can the bank do?
So let me just be very clear that as minister, I am going to be looking very much at the role that CIDB plays in a modern Cayman infrastructure and what skills and services we need to have. I'm not going to kick cans down the road that have been kicked and kicked and kicked. The end of kicking cans down the road, this minister is not going to do that. It's not fair to the country or the good people that work at the bank or are part of the board. We have to look strategically at the skill sets that we need and how to best use those skill sets to service CIG, therefore the public. And so we're going to be having a wholesale review of this sector to ensure that we are strategic and getting impact.
Mr. Chairman, thank you so much for that. But nowhere in your delivery did I understand anything and what that meant. Because funding this bank and reforming the bank is two different things. Having the ability to deliver what the bank is intended to do has nothing to do with the funding of it. Now, if your intention is to not have that bank have any money to do what it's intended to do while you reform it, that's a different thing. I'm not going to sit here and challenge you as the minister responsible to say you don't need reform. That's not my place. But what I can say, if you go there and reform it today and fix it, you're not going to have money for it. That's what I'm saying. So, granted, I don't know about the kicking the can down the road and about all that stuff. What I do know is $500,000 can't do nothing for no Caymanian in this country in respect to borrowing or lending rather. So I don't know what you mean by that. If you want to elaborate further, or you say you come back later on and get a section 12 to put more money in the bank later on after you fix it. But if this bank is going to be used as a Cayman Islands development bank, giving people opportunities through innovation, young Caymanians who have nowhere to go other than when the private sector don't want to give them a chance, we have no money there. So this bank is not going to be able to help Caymanians at all with that funding. So that's my point. So I will leave it there. I think by the fact of your stern position on the amount will speak for itself, and we'll see for the next 2 years whether if this bank will be used in the appropriate way it was envisioned from the start.
Honorable Leader of the Opposition.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, if I may take it from this angle, if you look at the ownership agreement, the scope of activities, one is to provide finance in order to promote and facilitate development in the islands, with particular reference to small businesses, especially in construction, electronics, commerce and tourism, and housing and human resource development. 2, provide an advisory service to give advice and disseminate information from matters relating to A, housing, mortgage, finance, and the maintenance of dwellings, B, advice in education and counseling in education, C, agricultural, industrial, and tourism development, and 3, to promote agricultural, tourism, and industrial development in the islands. Act as an administering agent for the Cayman Islands government for the government guaranteed student loan scheme, government guaranteed home mortgage scheme, and disbursement of scholarship funds. So I get that this hasn't been reviewed in a while. This is still the ownership agreement. Are you in a position to share what the government's vision is for CIDB? And I have to say I've always been interested in CIDB as an entrepreneur, young entrepreneur myself, and the questions that I get from other young people trying to find whether it's housing, get their businesses going, it always comes up, and it's always a question of, well, is that what CIDB is for, and is there funds available? It became a very useful partner for us during COVID when we did the small business grants in vetting and issuing those grants. And so from that experience, I saw potential there, but I thought perhaps you may want to share what the government's vision is.
So thank you very much, Honorable Leader of the Opposition. And the fact is, we left the descriptions in the appropriation package as is, purely because the government has simply not had time to start its review. And we're only 6 months in, and so we're leaving the status quo as is, but once again, this is going to be in a bipartisan manner that we're going to look at CIDB, and we are going to look at our infrastructure as government to ensure we're having impact, so that we can have the impacts we know we need to have, keep skill sets in-house that we know we need to have, and then come to the country in a bipartisan manner with what the final outcome will be. Because I don't believe that these sorts of initiatives and endeavors ought to be taken on by the government. We simply call the opposition into the committee room and say, here's a presentation, and this is what it is.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Have there been any recent studies on what the direct or indirect impacts of CIDB? Have we had a look at that recently?
No.
Thank you. I want to also take the opportunity to talk about the Cayman Islands Center for Business Development and the challenges that they will have there, and well, the correlation between what could be between the Cayman Islands Center for Business Development and the CIDB. As well as the Premier and I have had some discussions previously and with third parties as well about opportunities or ways in which we can try to drive or put pressure through competition on the local Class A banks to be a bit more competitive in their lending to Caymanians. And so I want to put those two out there, plant those two seeds in the thought process surrounding Cayman Islands Development Bank.
Absolutely. And Honorable Leader of the Opposition, where you were heading is exactly where we're at this juncture, and it's now down to getting together, getting the facts on the table, and then looking strategically as to how we best serve our people. So that's the key.
I don't think this ownership agreement is far off. I just think the way in which we approach it may need some tweaking. And as long as you're satisfied that this $500,000, at least certainly for this year, can cover the bank's ability to maintain the business it already has, that's a big concern for me when I saw the huge drop. And then, of course, I would hope that all that we just spoke about is a priority to getting the bank running in the way that the government sees, the vision the government sees for it.
Absolutely. Mr. Saunders, member from Bordentown West.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I think it probably would be helpful to colleagues and the listening public. I know you and I have had private conversations on this, and forgive me for speaking out of school, but one of the things, colleagues, when the minister did mention in terms of having a bipartisan support, some of you who were here in the last term would have remembered the motion that we had passed unanimously in this parliament in terms of creating the Cayman Islands Mortgage Company. And the whole idea of what we're looking at now, recognizing the housing requirements, where we have like literally over 2,000 Caymanians that are looking for homes. And in terms of what is available to our people, one of the things that we need to look at, and this is what I've discussed with the minister offline, is not using the public funds per se in terms of using cash, because we've already seen the cash crunch that we're in now with regards to the FFI requirements and everything else, but to use more creative ways of helping our people. So I refer to page 36 of the planning estimates that speaks to the principles of financial and management. And one of the things that you can see inside is the net debt ratio, which gives the government the flexibility of actually, rather than using cash, but rather using their credit power, or in essence, their guarantees in terms of certain initiatives, which would then reduce the cash burden on the country. On top of that, one of the good things about using the government guarantee, for those who are familiar with banking, like my good friend from Red Bay, he will tell you, where SEMA is concerned, loans guaranteed by the government actually carries a 0% risk weight in assets. So nothing a bank love more than to lend money to government simply because it does not put a cost on their capital. So when they lend loans, to put that in context, when they put loans to private individual like mortgages, that's a 35% on their risk-weighted assets. When they do loans to commercial activities, that's 100% weighting on their risk assets. And we can have this conversation offline. But for government guaranteeing loans or loans to the government, it is a 0% risk weight in assets. So the banks are very incentivized to that. So one of the things that we did discuss with the minister offline, and I hope, again, Minister, that I'm not speaking on the turn, is for us to look at these kind of initiatives, because at the end of the day, government will not have the cash to build 2,000 homes. That's right. But government does have the balance sheet space, which may probably end up using like even 7 or 10% of the government balance sheet space to use up to basically create 2,000 homes. Just to put that in context. So rather than use cash, we use a percentage of that net debt ratio, which the law allows us to go up to 80%. And right now, based on the end of this, we'll still be at 24%, which is well below. So there is flexibility. And I think that is a more creative way of helping people. And maybe we can actually get these banks to actually do something to help people too. So, Minister, I forgive me if I've spoken out of turn, but I know I just wanted to at least alert them to the conversations that you and I have had.
Thank you very much, member. And that is exactly a key part of what we have to look at as members, is being smart about how we go about solving issues for our constituents, whether they be small business owners, startups, or persons looking to get on the housing ladder. We have to use and utilize all of the tools in our toolbox instead of thinking that government with its limited resources, finite resources, and competing demands, ought to be cashing out, trying to cash out and cash up, rather, all of these competing priorities. Because the fact is, every dollar we use here is a dollar that we can't then leverage to build a school, to build new healthcare facilities, or whatever else we have that we know the country desperately needs. So I think it's much more prudent for us to use the cash for the critical public infrastructure we need, and for some of these other items, as the member from Bodden West has said, leverage the government's balance sheet, our capacity, our internal capacity, working in tandem with private banks. And I can say I've met with 2 Class A banks already, their managing directors, and talked about these sorts of initiatives, and they are very excited for the reasons outlined, because they understand that there's a potential for a win-win. Now, the history behind this that is encouraging is that every one of them who participated in GG Ham, because GG Ham is the only way that we've tested the steering, the rates of foreclosure and GG Ham in one bank was lower than their entire portfolio. And that ought to be very instructive for us. And so it just goes to show that if we work in tandem and ensure that the public understands, government can enable, but there's accountability. There's accountability where you're getting a small business loan or a mortgage for that first home to get on the housing ladder. Government can enable, but the accountability is down to our individual citizens to then do their part once the opportunity is provided. Is there any other questions on EI4? As there's no other questions in EI4, in accordance with Standing Order 83.3, I put the question as to whether honourable members approve the item on the schedule described as EI4 Cayman Islands Development Bank, $500,000 in 2026, $500,000 in 2027 to form part of the bill. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, no. The ayes have it. Reverting to the substantive schedule, then we had reached members' other executive expenses. OE9, Caribbean Economic Community Fees. No questions. Members, just to give the chair an indication between OE9 and OE121, are there any questions, or can we take that as a block vote?
I do have a couple questions on OE54.
OE54. Does members have any questions on OE10? Caribbean Regional Technical Assistance Center contribution? Or OE27, past service pension liability payment? So, with that indication, in accordance with Standing Order 83.3, I put the question as to whether honourable members approve the items on the schedule described as OE9, Caribbean Economic Community Fees, $241,199 in 2026, $246,023 in 2027. OE10, Caribbean Regional Technical Assistance Center, contribution, $90,225 in 2026, $90,225 in 2027. OE27, past service pension liability payment, $12,208,000 in 2026, $12,208,000 in 2027 to form part of the bill. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those against, no. The ayes have it. Those items on the schedule now form part of the bill. OE54, Caribbean Catastrophe Risk Insurance Facility, annual premium, $1,100,000. Are there any questions? Mr. McTaggart, Member for Georgetown East.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, the Caribbean Catastrophe Risk Insurance Facility, or CRIF, as we know it, has been in the news for the last 3 to 4 weeks, all for very positive reasons. And I'm saying their name now is known throughout the world, and for the payouts that they made to Jamaica of almost $100 million in the wake of Hurricane Melissa. Mr. Chairman, I'm interested in knowing, I know that we have the hurricane coverage parametric policy, but have we also, or do we also participate in the earthquake and excess rainfall programs?
So I'm happy to report we participate in the hurricane and the earthquake, but not the excess rainfall, by virtue of us not having a lot of mountains and rivers, and see that as a huge risk to us in Cayman. And so those are the two that we participate in at the present time.
Mr. Chairman, I thought I saw a payout that was received by the turtle farm, probably in 2023 or 2024. Am I on the right track?
And there's cover. Okay, so the Cayman Turtle Center actually subscribes to their own separate policy for CRIF, but just for hurricane and after Beryl, they claim down on their own policy.
Okay,
that's the way
that's
they're managing their
interesting
risk.
Decision that they've taken, rather than through the whole country. So, thanks for that information. That's all I needed to know. Thank you.
Are there any further questions? Any questions on OE 57, executive bank charges? OE 110, general insurance? OE 121? If not, pursuant to Standing Order 8033, I put the question as to whether honorable members approve the items on the schedule described as OE 54, Caribbean Catastrophe Risk Insurance Facility Annual Premium, $1,100,000 in 2026, $1,100,000 in 2027. OE 57, Executive Bank Charges, $5,000 in 2026, $5,000 in 2027. OE 110, General Insurance, $12,343,800 in 2026, $12,960,990 in 2027. OE 121, Additional Normal Cost Pension, $4,155,338 in 2026, $4,238,445 in 2027. Form part of the bill. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, no. The ayes have it. The items listed do form part of the bill. EI 70, Ministry of Finance and Economic Development, $1,065,000. Mr. McTaggart.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Chairman, just like to know what they intended to use this, what assets they intend to purchase with this, because I noticed that we've got it here for 2 years, but there was nothing in 2025.
So, Mr. McTaggart, this now is to underpin the budget software that you referred to and asked about earlier, and some of the smaller items that are associated with it, and these are the estimates spent to get to outcome budgeting and the supporting software.
Thank you, sir. You can put it to the vote.
In accordance with Standing Order 833, I put the question as to whether members approve the item on the schedule described as EI 70, Ministry of Finance and Economic Development, $1,065,000 in 2026, $1,065,000 in 2027. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, no. The ayes have it. The item on the schedule now forms part of the bill. Loans made, LM1.
Mr. Chairman, unless my colleagues disagree with me, I might just suggest you put the remaining items to the vote.
Thank you for your cooperation, members. In accordance with Standing Order 833, I put the question as to whether honourable members approve the items on the schedule described as LM1, mortgage loans for civil servants, $80,000 in 2026, $80,000 in 2027. LM3, loans to civil servants, $80,000 in 2026, $80,000 in 2027. LM4, loans for overseas medical advances for uninsured patients, $200,000 in 2026, $200,000 in 2027. FE3, interest on public debt, $21,483,000 in 2026, $30,726,000 in 2027. Do now form part of the bill. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, no. The ayes have it. The items do now stand. The items on the schedule do now stand part of the bill. Members, I know we've had great momentum, but I do need to have a 5-minute break. And so I would take this opportunity to thank all members and public servants who have attended this meeting of the Finance Committee. Thank you very much for all the information provided, and thanks to the staff in the Ministry of Finance, and special thanks to Mr. Michael Nixon, who has been with me on this portion of the proceedings of Finance Committee. And just for members, but probably this is important for those who are watching the proceedings, you will note that the Financial Secretary has swapped out a number of his senior leadership team in the ministry to give them the same experience of assisting me directly in Finance Committee. And so you will from time to time see a new person here. And so I want to thank Mr. Nixon for seeing us through this portion of Finance Committee. So now we will adjourn for 5 minutes. Members? Members, we resume the activities of Finance Committee. Please be seated. Members, after consultation with all members of the committee, a consensus has been taken that given the hour, which is 5:30 on a Friday evening, and a significant number of members have formal commitments as MPs to attend a number of formal functions as we represent our people, we will adjourn the Finance Committee until Monday morning, the 17th of November at 9:30 a.m.